Hey, hey, hey. Wait for people to come in. Here's some music for y'all. Hey, Miss Muddy. Listen, I got a question for you. Let me shut this off. Dun, dun. So, listen. Michael wanted to watch Lori Vallow's first trial. Hey, listen. Michael wants to watch Lori Vallow's first trial. And I have no problem watching her first trial because Michael has no idea about it. So I said, why don't we watch it? I've got a name for it and everything. Like, I got a little title for it, and you guys will love it. Man, my dad just thought of it. What do you guys think about watching her first trial after this one? Yay, nay. Well, I mean, I suppose it wouldn't really matter because I don't know what else to watch. I mean, I'd prefer to watch trials nobody else is watching because I think everybody's watching the same thing. Why isn't there something different? So, do you think that's a good idea? Okay, Miss Mudduck. So, let's get to watching day 2. Let me get all my stuff set up because, why be ready for things? That's stupid, right? Why isn't this shit working? Okay, now it's working. Share screen. Right there. Okay. Okay, yesterday we left off right before Miss Muddy, right before this cop's cross-examination by Miss Lori Bello, Daybell, Miss Daybell. Is she talking? Aw, that's stupid. Um, okay. Lori Vallow trial day 2. What the fuck? Okay. Day 4, day 2. Okay.
And so you did your assessment, and then what?
My assessment revealed that he was unresponsive, no pulse, no breathing. So I would have.
I don't know what's happening.
Walked into the house, proceeded forward, walked into the house, proceeded forward.
I guess this
Saw
is as good as this is gonna
patient
get.
on the floor to the right, proceeded to the patient
Sorry,
to
everyone.
start an assessment and evaluation.
And then Captain Keller had already come in.
I'm pretty confident, yes, he would have been quicker getting off the truck and inside.
And so you did your assessment, and then what?
It's
My
fine, Michael.
assessment
Go
revealed
ahead.
that he was unresponsive, no pulse, no breathing. So I would have started CPR, started chest compressions.
Did you do that with his shirt on?
I would have lifted that out of the way so I could find the proper landmarks.
So you had said that you saw that there was, let's see, 2 gunshot wounds. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then you saw that through the shirt? Or how did you
Hi, everyone. Welcome. Don't forget to press like and subscribe. This is Arizona versus Lori Daybell.
assess that when you first entered? That's my question.
Once I'm doing CPR, I can see 2 bullet holes in the shirt. I can see that on the chest and on the abdomen. I can see the wounds as I'm looking at the chest and doing chest compressions.
Okay. And then he had on what color shirt?
I wouldn't have recalled other than, I guess, the video yesterday. I think it was a dark colored shirt I think we saw on the screen.
And so you had talked yesterday about the blood being more blood on chest, not pooled around your knees, right? Is that correct?
Correct.
And so with the dark shirt, was it hard to see the blood? I'm kind of trying to see what you saw when you entered.
I remember seeing blood on the chest. It wasn't, I remember not seeing blood on the abdomen.
And there were holes in the shirt, 2 holes in the front side?
I would, best of my recall, yes.
Okay. And when did you cut off the shirt, and how does that procedure work?
I continued doing CPR, chest compressions. One of my other colleagues would have cut that off. And knowing that the shirt maybe is potentially evidence, that's why I said to her, don't cut through where the holes are. So she could have cut down the side instead of on the top of the body.
And do you use like a special scissors or something for that?
Yeah, we have some trauma shears in our equipment.
Okay. And who was that? Was that Phelps or?
I believe that was firefighter Kaczynski.
Okay. Kaczynski, that's one I didn't have. So who all was sitting there with you that was on scene at that time?
Firefighter Fife would have been there. Firefighter Kaczynski, the 3 of us, kind of like we saw in the video or like the picture yesterday. All 3 of us around the patient, while Captain Keller was standing back a little bit, like you saw in the picture.
Okay. You said that you had been a CPR instructor for 12 years. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And was that for the last 12 years or 12 years ago?
Approximate dates 2004 to 2016, let's say.
Okay. And so have you taught people who have never done CPR before?
Have I taught those individuals? Yes.
Right. And not just like people renewing their certification, but both?
Correct.
Okay. How many people would you say that you've taught that have never done CPR before?
Never done CPR, and it's probably in the hundreds over that long of doing that.
So you'd be familiar with how a first timer would react.
Yeah, you try to forewarn them what to expect.
Okay. So these first timers, they have to be taught the appropriate place to place their hands. Would that be fair?
That is part of the course, yes.
And so do you show them, or do you just tell them in class where to put their hands?
It's a video-based system through American Heart. There's a curriculum that we would have been following.
Okay. So if you could only tell them, like over the phone, that might be difficult for them to know the correct placement of their hands if they've never done it before.
I guess it depends on the instructions that the dispatcher gave.
This is a smart line of questioning. Do you get what she's doing here? Like, do you see it?
Ultimately, if I was telling somebody over the phone, you want to put your hands on their chest, on the lower part of the chest. It's that kind of simple, so to speak.
Okay. But without the video, if you were teaching a class and you didn't have the video, it might be difficult, right? For a bunch of first timers?
Objection, speculation.
Overruled. You can answer.
Does it mean answer? Oh, okay. Sorry. Can you repeat the question then?
Yeah, so it might be difficult. If you didn't have the video, it might be difficult, for a bunch of first timers to know exactly what to do if you just had to tell them middle of the chest, lower chest.
You could obviously show on a person. You could show on yourself.
If you couldn't show them and you could only tell them, could it be difficult?
I suppose it's possible depending on the person.
Okay, that's fair. So do you think that your CPR class would be fairly successful if you had no visuals?
Objection, relevance, speculation.
Next question.
I got it, Your Honor. So if a person had never done it before and was just told how to do it, is it possible that they might not be acquainted with where to put their hands?
It's possible.
And it would also be possible that they might not do it properly.
That could be possible too.
And right now, when you're teaching CPR, and I didn't say you are teaching right now, but if you're teaching a class, are they just doing percussions now? There's no breathing in the mouth. Is that correct?
It's going to depend on the level of the class. As far as the lay rescuer, people that have never done it before that just want to have the training, it's evolved and we're teaching compression only. That is a form of CPR now also, just doing chest compressions.
And how long do you teach to do that?
I heard her. I didn't quite understand what she got.
For how long of a period before you take a rest? Or
Well, it varies depending on if the patient is an adult or a child. There are different guidelines that American Heart offers. So in those courses, they're getting to learn information for adults and children and infants also.
Correct, right. So for an adult, how long? Like 30, 100, 150? It's been a while, so just wondering.
With an adult, they're also taught they need to call for help right away also. So that's a factor. Are they alone? Is somebody else able to call? Can they call, put the phone on speaker, start, while talking to 911? And then they would just keep going until help arrives.
So there's no timing, like you take a 10-second break, you just do compressions?
Not for that type of level of CPR, there wasn't.
Okay. So it's helpful if you had someone there that you could take turns, like I do 100 and then you do 100, because it's kind of exhausting, right?
Objection, compound question.
Oh my
relevance.
God.
I'll sustain to.
This prosecutor is so fucking petty. See, I can't stand girls. This should have been a male prosecutor because this is catty bullshit. I'm sorry. I don't like Lori Vallow, but I don't like this prosecutor. They weren't even this bad to Daryl Brooks. and he deserved it.
As to compound question, you can re-ask the question ask it in a different way. Go ahead.
And I know the problem with Lori Vallow. I know she doesn't know. Like, don't talk shit. But this prosecutor, I don't like her.
So how long did you administer the CPR before you did the flip over? How long do you think that was?
Before we rolled him to look at the back, is that what you're-
Correct. Yes, that's correct.
I would estimate maybe up to a minute.
Okay. And then were you counting compressions? Is that what you were doing during that time, or do you not count? You just do it for a certain amount of time?
I don't recall if I was counting. I mean, I was doing the chest compressions while waiting for the rest of the team to arrive and for us to continue assessing, see if we were going to continue to work the patient and utilize more equipment.
And there were 3 of you there?
4 total, but 3 by the patient.
Okay. And then you could take turns, right? Like trade off if you needed to?
If we needed to, yes.
So that'd be a lot easier than when you're just there by yourself. Would you agree?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know how long after the rolling over did you started doing compressions again? Is that correct?
Yes.
That's what I had.
Yes, I believe so.
And how long did you do that for?
I would estimate maybe upwards of another minute.
So maybe 2 minutes total?
During that sequence, yes.
And was there another sequence?
At some point, we would have stopped doing chest compressions so we could evaluate the heart rhythm. That's on the heart monitor.
With the heart monitor?
And you can't be doing compressions to evaluate that.
Okay. And then you didn't continue compressions after the heart monitor at all?
From what I recall, I resumed again in brief discussion as far as what direction we were going to go.
And what were the results of the heart monitor?
There was no electrical activity.
And how long was the heart monitor applied compared to when you started the first?
Does anybody want to hit this joint or drink this coffee?
Compressions.
I'm not sure if I understand the question. Maybe you can reword it or.
Sure. How far into your treatment, I should say, did you guys stop and do the heart monitor?
I would estimate that the monitor probably was on within 2 minutes of making patient contact.
Okay. And how long does that take?
To do what? To put it on?
Well, yeah, to put it on, get a reading, and decide what you're going to do next. Okay, just a few more questions.
Sorry about that.
Mr. Cowden, is it possible that if there was a wound to the chest, that doing compressions on that could cause other damage?
I suppose it's possible, but ultimately it doesn't matter. If the heart isn't beating, it's what you got to do. It's the appropriate treatment.
So would a common person who doesn't know how to do CPR maybe hesitate about pushing on a bullet wound?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
But you wouldn't.
Bullshit.
Can you repeat the question?
You wouldn't hesitate to push on the bullet wound if the heart was stopped?
No, I wouldn't.
And you would have to assess if the heart was stopped in order to do that?
Yes, you would check a pulse like we did. We would, use our equipment like we did.
Okay. So the two wounds that you saw when you first got there, one was in the chest and one was where?
In the abdomen,
On the right side or the left side?
I would be speculating as to the specific spot or area without actually maybe seeing documentation.
Okay. And can you tell me about I think there's a word for it, but I'm sorry, I can't remember what it was. The crunch.
When doing the chest compressions,
Correct.
I don't know if there was necessarily a certain word that I used, but you feel the sternum crack. I compare it to, like I said before, cracking your knuckles.
And how much pressure would you have to apply to get the crack?
That could vary, like depending on who you're doing CPR on.
Like on an adult male?
I mean, it could still vary depending on, the strength of the person doing CPR also. It could vary depending on the size of that adult male also. So I've never seen like any science that might say you got to deliver this much pounds of force or anything.
Right,
So,
like 400 pounds of pressure or something?
yeah, I don't know. Right.
Okay.
You're just
So
going to push
there isn't-
hard.
Hold on.
Sorry.
Sorry.
Can't have you talk over one another. So he's finished his answer. Go ahead and answer your next question.
So there's no determined amount of pressure, correct?
Just hard and fast. When it comes to people doing CPR, for us, we're working as a team. We have equipment that can tell us if we're pushing hard enough. For a person without that equipment, just hard and fast.
Okay, that's fair. And then they don't always get the crack, right? It's not always going to happen.
If they're doing it forcefully enough, they would.
So if they didn't do it forcefully enough, it wouldn't.
That is possible, yes.
But then when you come in, the professionals, and you apply the correct amount of force, then you would hear the crack.
Yes,
And is that possible that that happened in this case?
it is possible.
Okay, no more questions.
All right. Redirect.
Did you guys see what she did there? That was very clever and very smart. And it's a way to help her brother, well, I guess it really wouldn't be helping him, but make him look a little better. What do you guys think? Miss Muddy, do you want to hit this joint?
Does 911 have to regularly instruct people on how to perform CPR?
This fucking bitch. I can't with her. I can't.
I don't know if I can answer that since I don't, do that since I'm not 911.
Have you regularly heard while listening to the radio 911 instructing people on how to do CPR?
We have had PTI information when we're responding to a call that will tell us that they are either performing CPR or being instructed to.
So you've seen in the past that 911 is prepared to handle individuals who may not know how to perform CPR.
Yes,
And that's to help try to keep the patient's blood moving while you're en route.
correct.
That is sad but true.
You were asked a lot about trading off and other people doing
But I mean,
compressions.
like, what do you think about her little strategy that she's pulling off right there? I mean, it's a pretty good one, isn't it?
At this scene with this patient, Charles Vallow, did you ever trade off and have someone else do the CPR compressions?
No.
You were the only one doing the CPR compressions.
Yes.
Were you doing CPR while another paramedic or EMT was getting the heart monitor ready?
Yes.
So this timeline of however long it took them is in conjunction with you still performing CPR.
Yes.
You talked about Charles's shirt being cut. If photographs from the scene show his shirt still around his neck, would that indicate that it wasn't removed from him?
After the cutting?
Yeah, so if police, let me ask you this. When you guys are done and he's called deceased, do you put his clothing back on or modify him in any way?
No, we would just take our equipment that's necessary to take.
So if his shirt was still around his neck, then that's how it would have been left.
Correct.
In my experience, they cut all your clothes off. They cut my pants off. They cut my shirt off. They took my shoes and socks off. They took everything off. And that CPR shit hurt my fucking chest. It broke all my ribs.
You were asked about whether or not you should perform CPR on a person who has a gunshot wound. Is there any reason why a person with a gunshot wound would not need to have blood circulating through their body to bring oxygen versus some other type of injury?
No.
Is the whole point of CPR to make sure that blood is circulating to get oxygen to their brain
Yes.
so that they don't go brain dead?
Yes.
That's only one reason. That is only one reason. There's two. To get the heart pumping blood is what it is. And then to get oxygen to your brain. It's more like at the same time, but it's for two different causes.
And you said that ultimately it wouldn't matter if you cause more injuries because if they're brain dead, who cares, right?
Correct.
In your
The fuck they just say? If they're brain dead, it doesn't fucking matter. What? That's fucked up.
assessment, did you feel that no one had performed CPR on Charles Vallow before you arrived?
I had felt that, and I do know in my testimony to Chandler PD, I had stated that, or it's probably in my testimony that it was not efficient or something to those lines. But I felt like no, it had not.
Okay, you felt like no, it had not been done.
Correct.
Thank you. I have no other questions.
All right, I see at least one juror question. We'll go on a sidebar. Please, if you're a juror and you have any additional questions, pass down your question to the basket.
That prosecutor thinks she did something. She's like, I did this. Yeah. She's so fucking catty, though. Like, she just always gotta have the last word. It's like, sit down. Like, nobody likes this lady. You wouldn't have to do a fucking thing to find her guilty. Quit. Because everybody already knows you're smarter than Lori Vallow. You don't have to prove it. Shut the fuck up. I hate people like that. They feel like they gotta talk smarter than you and be smarter than you. It's like, dude, I literally got my GED to get out of prison. You are definitely smarter than me. Quit it. This judge is over it. And his chair does not look that comfy. What do you guys think about his chair? It's not the best judge chair I've ever seen, and it does not look comfortable.
Truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you.
All right, next witness.
All right, you're going to come up this ramp over here and have a seat to my left.
Ooh, it's Detective Santa Claus.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Sir, would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
I'm Detective
My name is
Santa.
Kent Keller. I'm a recently retired captain with Chandler Fire Department.
When did
That's
you
Colonel
retire?
Sanders.
April of 2022.
And
That's Colonel Sanders after a lifetime of buckets of chicken. That's who that is.
how long did you work with the Chandler Fire Department?
32 years.
While you were there in, let's talk
Oh.
about 2000.
See, I thought that whole defense that she has is they actually did CPR. Used to what? CNA? I'm very confused. Did I do something bad? Look, you got to forgive me for doing something bad. Sometimes I don't realize I'm doing it.
2019, what were your duties? What was your rank?
My rank was captain. I was an engine captain, so a company officer.
Yes, the world has gone mad, but it's not the world. It's just the religious people. I've noticed the Mormons have gone insane. Christians have been doing some shit for the past couple years. Like the religious people are going insane. Something is happening to religion, which is where I come in because I'm not religious at all. I would be considered a heathen. I would be a heathen. I'm the mad sage in the cave. That's who I am. I'm the outcast. I am the leader of the black sheep.
I was in charge of a 4-person crew. We basically respond for calls to service and the different functions of a.
Did those calls for service include medical calls?
Yes,
A
ma'am.
guy, Michael,
Did you have any training in the area of, I guess, medical treatment yourself?
Yes, I'm a paramedic. I went to paramedic school in 1991.
And can you tell us, is there or was there ongoing type of continuing training to be a paramedic?
Yes, yes, ma'am. There is continuing education throughout the year. You have to have a certain number of hours in each subject, and as well as updates as far as pharmacology or different treatment modalities. So yes, there is constant change.
And the difference between a paramedic and an EMT?
Well, an EMT is EMTB, EMT basic. A paramedic is an EMT paramedic. So the biggest difference would be invasive treatments. So you're trained with more ability to provide care, cardiology and pharmacology.
I want to ask him for a bucket of chicken.
When fire gets a call of a person who is shot, what is sort of the normal response? What does fire do when they are coming to a scene and they know a person has been shot?
Well, what they normally would do is you get the dispatch, you look on a map, you route yourself in, and then you would determine a safe place to stage while the scene is secured by PD.
Okay. And then how do you learn that the scene is secure?
In Chandler, anyway, we have interagency communication. So you're on the radio both with Phoenix Dispatch and Chandler PD, direct car to car, or to Chandler PD Dispatch.
So you're actually then told by Chandler Police that it's secure and you can come in?
Yes, ma'am. They will give you a scene safe or code 4 and cop talk.
When you arrive on scene as the captain, what is your role when you get there?
My role is scene safety, primary scene safety. That's rule number 1 in everything that we do. And in other words, as I arrive on scene, I'm going to make sure with PD that there are no more threats for our crew and get direction to where we need to do treatment.
When you have this team of 4, how do you determine who does what?
Well, I mean, that's individual crew training, and some crews might have specific jobs. Ours is more of a fill and flow. As you come to, I guess I should say, one person is charting, one person is going to be the paramedic in charge of the call. So he's running the call. His job is bigger picture. And then that'll leave 3 people for hands-on treatment until a 2-person rescue would arrive, an ambulance would arrive to help, if that were the case.
Does fire ever respond to a scene and then advise that a person is deceased?
Certainly.
And if fire responds, determines a person is deceased, and this is potentially a crime scene, what does fire do at that point?
Well, fire then would pick up their gear and leave without disturbing that scene as much as possible. I mean, we have gear. We spread out our gear. When we get to a patient, we have monitors and drug boxes and trauma treatment boxes. So as soon as it's determined that the patient is not viable, then you would pick up that gear and leave the scene. What you don't want to do is interfere with any investigation going forward.
And even when you are working on a person, are you trying to limit impacting the scene itself to the best of your ability?
Yes, our job would be to determine if treatment is necessary and then do that treatment regardless. But yes, what I should do, what the captain or whoever that paramedic should do that has the larger picture would be to try and minimize any disturbing of the scene.
But obviously, taking care of the patient is the primary focus, even if that causes the scene to be disturbed.
Yes, ma'am.
Were you working on July 11th of 2019 around 8:30 in the morning?
Yes.
Do you recall responding to a shooting at 5531 South Four Peaks in Chandler?
Yes.
When you responded or first went to the scene, did you guys stage like we've discussed?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you respond
And you
with the back of
advise
the-
that you're being provided information from two different sources?
Yes, our primary source is Phoenix Dispatch. But yes, you are able to monitor Chandler PD as well.
Is Phoenix Dispatch 911?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you're getting what's coming in from 911. Are they relaying information to you?
Yes.
Are things like whether or not the patient is receiving CPR something that is very relevant to you?
Yes.
In this case, did you receive any information regarding that?
Yes. We were told that CPR instruction had been given and CPR was in progress.
Does 911, in your experience in over 30 years, are they able to provide instruction for lay people who may not know how to do 911 or not know how to do?
Lori is gonna have no, she's gonna have to her ego is gonna make her ask him questions, and then the prosecutor's ego is gonna make her come up and talk again. These questions are so stupid, I'm speeding this up.
CPR compressions?
Yes, they are actually certified to do that. They train and are certified to give that instruction over the phone.
So even though it's only verbal, they've been trained to how to present that to a person over the phone.
Yes.
So you are advised that CPR instructions have been given and that CPR is that compressions are being given? Yes.
Been a little while, but yes, I believe that I was told. I do know that instruction. I do remember specifically hearing that CPR in progress. I believe I remember. I would have to, but definitely the CPR instructions had been given.
Does knowing that a person has been receiving CPR impact the way you view a patient when you enter a scene?
Yes.
How?
Well, because it would make the patient more viable. If adequate CPR were given.
Wait a minute. Before the cop showed up, he had been dead for 45 minutes. Well, he had been laying there for 45 minutes bleeding out. So I don't even know why they would even try to do chest compressions.
Prior to our arrival, then you would hope that good CPR was given.
Miss Mudduck, am I wrong? I thought he had been dead for a long time.
And that oxygenated blood was being pushed around the body, which would mean that make the patient more viable at that point.
When you go to a scene where you believe CPR is given, such as this one, was that one of the things, I guess, that was part of your decision-making as you are assessing this patient?
Yes.
Can you talk to us about when you entered this residence, what do you recall?
When I entered the residence, I recall thinking that the house seemed empty, like it was either being moved into or moved out of. So there was no furniture or anything. We had a clear path to where the patient was. And I remember thinking that there's very little in this room other than the patient.
Did you notice at any point some items around the patient?
The only thing I remember being around the patient was a baseball bat and a ball cap.
And do you recall at this point where those items were in relation to him?
Yes, I believe the baseball bat would have been on the patient's right and the ball cap above him somewhere in the room. I think the baseball bat was against the wall on his right.
Do you recall ever seeing a bullet near the victim?
Once we started assessing, I did see a bullet, a spent round on the floor.
So that's sort of a little bit into you're in the scene. It
Yes.
wasn't something you initially recognized.
No.
While you're in there, was there any officers in the room with you or inside the house?
There was at least one officer still clearing the house, I believe, or at least going through the house. I only recall for sure one officer being interior.
Can you describe for us how the patient, how Charles was laying when you first observed him?
Yes, ma'am. He was laying supine. He was laying on his back. As we entered, his head was towards us, so geographically, I think north. So that's how he was laying supine.
Do you recall anything about his arms or hands where they were?
I don't. To his sides. I don't recall, honestly.
Did you observe any injuries to Charles, this patient?
Yes, he had evidently a gunshot wound to his center.
That's absolutely right. I didn't even think about that. But with the whole Stephen Stearns thing, wouldn't you know they were dead just by looking at them? Because didn't Stephen Stearns say that you could see she was dead?
Center chest,
I
hole
don't
in the
know.
shirt, and a small amount of blood.
Did you
It's
recall
not
or notice anything
for me.
about where the blood was pooling from that shot to the chest?
At that time, I did not because we have to expose the patient, and the so he's a big guy, so he had a small amount of blood above his sternum.
I'm showing you Exhibit 3 that's previously been admitted. Does that look like,
If it adjusts a little bit, but
Okay.
you can attempt.
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
are you able to see that there?
Yes.
Kind of. Does this look like the patient that you were working on?
Yes.
And in this, do you see the blood pooling in Exhibit 3 there?
Yes.
Is that sort of what you were talking about?
Yes. Here in around the collarbone. So there's a divot here. That
Would you describe this patient as a fit man?
he seemed to be. Yes.
When you saw that pooling like that, did that stand out to you or seem at all impactful in your decision of whether or not CPR had been given prior to your arrival?
Yes.
Why is that?
Because had adequate CPR been given there, I would have expected more blood, possibly on there, and perhaps a pool of blood under him. I didn't see any blood under him. I mean, when we first got there.
So when you guys first arrived, let's go back to sort of describing the scene. You said that you didn't notice any blood pooling under him.
I did not.
And is that something that you guys are cognizant of since you're going to have to get down and around him?
Yes,
That's
but we're
why
cognizant
they
of it
thought he
because
was
of indicated
alive,
exit
there
wound.
wasn't
And
blood.
obviously, the more blood there is, the more the heart was beating or CPR was being done.
So both the lack
Okay,
of
never mind.
spreading on him is one indication that kind of made you question if CPR had been given,
Yes, ma'am.
and the lack of pooling of blood underneath him was another sort of
Yes.
flag to you that maybe CPR had not been given.
And no one was doing CPR when we got there. Would have been the primary indicator to me. And I say that because if CPR were in progress by PD, if there were an officer there doing CPR, then they would have continued to do CPR until we relieved them.
If a
don't
person
know
is
about
shot
that.
and deceased, and you start giving them compressions, can you still push blood out of those wounds?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh my God.
Now, at some point when fire arrives and they are assessing a patient, do they, I'm going to put up Exhibit 4 here, do you need to try to remove any garments that might be around those potential gunshot wounds?
Yes, you would expose the patient.
Why is that?
Well, because you don't know for sure how many gunshots there are. You check for exit wounds. Some gunshot wounds, some entry wounds are minimal. You wouldn't see them. You know, you could go through a shirt and not see them. So you expose the patient.
Okay. I have Exhibit 4 up here from body cam from a officer that's previously been admitted. Do you recognize who these people are and where this is?
Yes, ma'am.
And is this you?
It is.
Do you
So
have
in this
a
case, at some
bucket of
point,
chicken?
was Charles's shirt cut in any way to allow access to those gunshot wounds?
That would be the norm. Is at this point they would be cutting his shirt.
Do you recall from this scene how many gunshot wounds you observed to the front of Mr. Vallow?
I believe 2.
Now, When you guys first arrived on scene, do you check the pulse? Like, what do you do when you first get there?
Yes, you would check for pulses, carotid pulse, and obvious signs of light breathing, so chest rise and fall, as you are walking up to a patient.
So in this case, for Charles Vallow, did you guys find a pulse?
No, ma'am.
Did you notice him breathing?
No.
Do you do any other assessments before you start compressions?
No.
So if he's not breathing and you don't see that he has a pulse, why begin CPR? Why start compressions?
Because you don't know how
Exactly.
long he has not been breathing or not had a pulse.
Okay.
He could have just stopped those things moments before we got there, which would make him a viable candidate, or a viable patient, rather.
And does, again, the fact that you believed CPR had been performed prior to you arriving also play into your decision to see if he's viable?
Yes.
As other officers are doing compressions, what are you doing there?
So I'm charting. So I am, in this particular case, I was running the call. So I'm going down a checklist, gathering information, getting, listening to what they're telling me, and having them. I'm directing them throughout the call.
Okay. So at some point, are compressions stopped to assess the patient in other ways?
Yes, after the heart monitor is on.
Okay. And so are compressions able to be performed while someone else is getting the heart monitor ready?
Yes, compressions continue throughout until you stop compressions to check for pulses.
Okay. Do you ever want to check a patient who you see has gunshot wounds, such as Mr. Vallow here, to see if there's exit wounds?
Yes, ma'am, immediately. So they would have cut his shirt, taken his shirt off, rolled him, checked for exit wounds, and then rolled him back and continued compressions.
In this case, are you documenting your observations and others about what you observed when he was rolled?
Yes,
So when he's rolled, you're looking at his back?
back, right from the back of the head to the back of the feet.
Okay. So he's completely rolled over so that you can see his back.
Yes.
Did you notice anything about Mr. Vallow's back that may have indicated he'd been there for significantly longer than you originally thought?
He did have lividity. So there was modeling, skin modeling and lividity. Once the shirt comes off, then you could see modeling on the skin, and lividity had begun to form.
Can you tell us what modeling means?
Modeling is sort of a patchy looking skin.
It's when you turn
caused
into
from
clay.
hypoxia or not enough oxygen getting to the skin. I mean, you can have mottled skin for different reasons, but in this case, it would be from his heart not beating.
Okay. And then you,
You
said
also
lividity.
get it
What is
from
that?
So lividity is the
Hydration.
cooling of blood, and that takes longer, much longer. So the blood will begin to leave the tissues and gravity drain to the lowest part of the body.
So when the blood isn't being circulated by either CPR or the heart, blood just starts to pool there.
Yes,
And so you noticed that as well when he was rolled?
yes.
Did you notice any exit wounds?
I did notice at least one exit wound, yes.
After you looked at his back, do you recall, I guess, when in this process you checked his heart monitor, when that was done?
I do not. This all happens simultaneously. You asked what these different people are doing. They're doing all of those things simultaneously. So your patient is exposed, CPR has begun, and the evaluation, the rest of the evaluation is happening. So timeline, it's on the heart monitor, I'm sure, but so a lot of
This
it
guy
happens
takes a
simultaneously.
long time
That
to
answers the question
say
you asked that again. I'm
nothing.
I
sorry.
believe so. Do you
This
recall
guy
what the
takes-
heart monitor results were?
Asystole. No.
Oh my God, this guy takes forever to say nothing. When are we going to get to the good witnesses? What the hell? Ugh.
Electrical rhythm in the heart. Flatline for
Do you ever look at a patient's pupils?
yes, ma'am. Always.
What's that for?
Because if it's just a brain function. If you shine light on pupils, they react. When the brain stops to function, hypoxia sets in. The pupils will dilate and remain fixed, so they won't change. They're non-reactive to light.
What did you see with Mr. Vallow?
They were fixed and non-reactive.
So we heard about the pooling of the blood on Mr. Vallow when you first arrived. As CPR was being done, did you notice any blood being pushed out of his body?
A little bit more. Again, he is on his back. Exit wound was in his back, but yes, we increased the amount of blood under the patient by doing CPR.
When you first arrived, did you notice any active bleeding?
No, ma'am.
What's the relevance of no active bleeding?
No heartbeat.
Were you advised of Scott Cowden's information about when he started CPR, hearing the crunch, or feeling, I guess, the crunch of him performing CPR?
Was I advised of it?
Yeah, did he let you know that?
No, but that
When is her brother? I thought her brother testified. But how many more cops is there? Because I don't want to do all these cops. Do we got to do the cops? So all these are cops?
area where the shooter had to have been. In many cases,
my
you can
God,
help
more
articulate
cops.
whether information given to you was factual or
I said on the Homeland Security Advisory Council, I remember we had a division chair from the FBI there speaking to the council, and he made a comment they took in like some remarkable number of intel into the FBI.
my God.
And I asked the question,
Okay.
how much went back out? Well, we don't keep that stat. That's the problem. That was the problem. So how we work together, I think interoperability is also interpersonal. We got to be personal with each other. That's what you're going to achieve, is the fact that if we don't know each other, it's hard to walk up and that's going on because we don't know. And that starts in every community. That's where I drive our law enforcement, what we've done. 3,000 sheriffs working side by side with every federal partner, every state partner. I guarantee you can
Lori Vallow, trial day 3. What the fuck? Lori Vallow, trial day 3. Okay. Is the sister day 3? I'm so tired of watching the cops. Who's this one? This is a cop too, ain't it?
baseboard or the
No,
drywall,
of course
perhaps.
I want.
Okay,
to.
but we all saw the
I'm
white
tired
paint.
of
Is that
hearing
correct?
this shit.
I have no idea what the cost is.
Are you aware that bamboo is a heavy-duty fabric, not to rip or tear except under extreme conditions?
I've not done any research into bamboo fabric.
Okay.
Okay.
So could this
no, this is stupid cop. Okay. Oh look, there's a girl. All right, this is a girl. Is this the girl? She's a brunette. Okay. Tell me if this is the one. I'm sorry, everyone, but I was so fucking tired of the cops. We know what they do. They go through this every trial. We know. So we jump forward to whoever this brunette is.
All right, come on up. You're going to stand right here and be sworn in. All right, you're going to come around the court reporter, have a seat up here to my left.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Hi, my name's Nancy Jo Hancock.
And do you go by Nancy Jo?
I do.
How old are you?
61.
And do you currently work?
I'm self-employed.
Do you live here in Arizona?
In Mesa, yes.
Do you have grandchildren?
15.
Busy person.
Yes,
I'm going to direct you to a person by the name of Charles Vallow. Did you ever meet a person by that name?
I did.
How did you?
I was on it.
So this is not the sister. Is it okay if we stop, if we do this chick, or do you want to go straight to the sister? Well, we'll just. What the hell? Okay, we'll go to Lori Vallow cross-examining her. Let's do that. Because this should be fun.
Ms. Hancock, you said that you had seen on TV that my husband had passed away. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you indicated after that that you saw my sister-in-law, Kay Woodcock.
Oh, she starts with fire. She said, my husband. I love it.
On that show, and you reached out to her. Is that correct?
Oh my God.
I didn't indicate that, but that is correct. I reached out to Kay after I saw that Charles had died.
Okay. And did you do that through Facebook or
I did.
social media? Okay. How many times between that first contact and now have you and Kay Woodcock communicated?
I've spoken to her just once. I've texted her here and there regarding. I've texted her here and there about other things. I don't know what I can say.
Okay.
I'm not
How about
going any
how many times have you
further.
texted?
I'm just
I have no
going to
idea.
let it play from
Like
here.
more than 10?
Maybe.
Okay. Have you ever turned over those communications to the state?
No.
Did they ask you for them?
No.
Okay. Did you ever turn over the text conversations you had with my husband to the state?
I was never asked, but I understand that they retrieved them via having them through Charles' phone.
Okay.
I would have had I been asked.
Okay. Did you turn over any other communications that you had with anyone else regarding this case to the state?
I don't believe I've had any other regarding this case to turn over to anybody, so no.
Okay. How many times have you spoken to this prosecutor?
To Ms. Kay,
Yes, to Ms. Kay.
I met with her once in person and one other phone call, and then just text messages about the logistics of being here today.
Okay. How many text messages would you say?
I have no idea.
More than 10?
I know court was running behind, so she had to text me to come at a different time. Probably counting yesterday and today to redo the time, more than 10, yes. Prior than that, probably no.
Okay. Did you have a meeting with her to
Just real quick. I didn't smoke 200 cigarettes. I had a bad tracheotomy. The doctor fucked up my voice box because he leaned on it with this tracheotomy thing, and it's stupid. And believe me, I know I sound like a drunken robot. I think it's fucking amazing. So deal with it.
prepare for this testimony?
I met with her once,
How long was that meeting?
an hour, maybe an hour and a half.
Okay. Was anyone else there?
No,
Have you ever spoken to my brother, Adam?
yes, but only because I ran into him at my grandson's pickleball tournament the other day.
And how did you know that was him?
Because I've seen him on media via the situation surrounding you.
So you initiated a conversation with him?
I just said hi, and he asked me who my grandson was, and I pointed it out, and that was the end of it.
So you introduced yourself to him? To my brother?
I don't know that I introduced myself, but maybe.
How would he know who you were?
I don't know that he knew who I was. I knew who he was.
So you went up and talked to him?
I did talk with him, yes.
He didn't call you over, so you went up and talked to him?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And when you were talking to him, you told him you were who?
I told him that my name was Nancy Jo Hancock.
And did he recognize that name from something?
Can I go back and change how I met your brother? I forgot this until right now. So on a dating app, your brother's picture came up on my dating app. And I sent him a message and said, but
That's
he
the
had a
same
different name
place
that
you
he
met Charles.
used, not Adam. And so I just sent him a message and said if he was going to use someone else's pictures, he should probably pick someone different than Adam Cox. That's how I met him.
That's how you met my brother, Adam?
Correct.
Do you know what perjury is?
Absolutely.
I object, Your Honor, to
question.
argumentative harassment.
How long was this conversation that you had with my brother at the pickleball tournament?
A couple of minutes.
Man, Lori sounds so bitter right now. Holy crap. Does she sound, man, does she sound different to y'all?
Maybe less.
And how many times had you communicated with him before that?
Only that message on that dating app. Besides that,
One message, one time?
I don't remember. I think he messaged me back, and it didn't continue.
So just the one day then? Maybe several messages in one day?
I might have sent him one other message, but it was just one interaction, and there was nothing further.
And you did not schedule a date with him?
I did not.
Okay. Have you ever spoken to Brandon Boudreaux?
Yes.
Okay, when?
He attends the same church that my daughter does, and
Oh
he
my
happened to be at their house briefly, and I didn't really speak to him. I just knew that that's who he was.
And how did you know who he was?
Man, she's fucked
Because
the
my daughter
whole
told me.
friend group.
And who did she say he was
Brandon Boudreaux.
in relation to me?
The whole
She knows the
friend
story,
group.
and I know the story, so she just had to tell me that his name was Brandon Boudreaux.
That he was married to my niece? Is that the information that you had?
I know that he was married to your niece, yes.
Okay. Just the association is all I was asking. And you did speak to him that time?
I don't believe I spoke with him.
Okay. But you met him? Or
I don't know that I even met him. I was there. He was there with some other people, and I knew that that's who that was.
So you didn't introduce yourself to him?
I did not.
Okay. Did you speak to any other law enforcement besides Ms. K? Not that she's law enforcement, but did you speak to any other law enforcement about this case or be interviewed?
Yes.
Who? Who did you speak with?
Detective Moffat is who interviewed me. I believe that's. I might have left a message for him. I couldn't tell you who with, but the only one that I spoke to was Detective Moffat, Nathan Moffat.
And when was that interview?
In 2020.
Yeah, I know. But it's funny that she knows all of the men in Lori Vallow's life. It's like she was in all of them or something, because she's being really evasive about how she knows them. It's like you was ran through by the whole friend group.
20, I believe in April. A long time ago.
Okay. How long was that interview about?
It was a telephone interview, and it lasted 45 minutes, I'd say.
Is that the only law enforcement that you spoke to besides the prosecutor?
Yes.
And how long between that interview with Detective Moffat and your first communications with Ms. K, how much time passed in between there?
With Trina Kay.
Correct.
I met with her just a month ago, 5 weeks ago, and I gave an interview in 2020, so.
Is that the first communication you had with Ms. K was 5 weeks ago?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Hancock, were you aware at the time of your date that I did not know that my husband was on dating websites and dating women?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
Were you informed by him that I knew of the situation of us being separated?
He was under the impression you were having an affair, so him moving on was a natural effect from that.
He told you that?
Yes, he did.
Okay.
No, you can't trust women. But I'm honest about that. You know, I don't really lie, and I try to tell the truth. But word magic is fucking real. Sometimes you don't gotta tell the truth and it sounds real. Because word magic, learn it. It helps you so much.
Just to recap, you said that you met my husband Charles, on July 3rd. Is that correct?
Approximately. Give or take a day.
And you went on a date with him on July 10th.
Correct.
So that was what, 7 days later?
Approximately.
So would it be fair to say that you knew my husband for a week?
Approximately.
Okay. And then you had no contact with Charles after that, correct?
Well, he was dead, so clearly I didn't have contact with him.
Okay. And it wasn't until you saw that he had passed away on the news that you reached out to anyone, is that correct?
No, you can trust me because I read you the Bible and you actually know what it fucking means for real. That's why you can trust me because I don't lie to you about the Bible. I read you what it fucking says and then we laugh and have a good time. But what I will say is if you want to hear bad news, I would come to me because I know a nice way to say it, is all I'm saying. And men are simple creatures. They really are. And you know the best way to make a woman be good to you? Make her laugh. If you can make a girl laugh, you will have her for the rest of your life. Because all girls want is to laugh. That's it. I learned that in prison. That's how I made it through prison. I would make girls laugh. And I was only in a prison fight one time and I only seen one and it was the one I was in. I got busted in the face with a lock. It was a good time. But just make girls laugh and they'll love you forever and will be as loyal as they can for you if you can make them laugh.
Correct? I didn't know he was dead.
And that was about 6 months later? Is that correct?
I believe it was December, so July to December is 5 months, I believe.
Okay. And then you found Charles' sister, Kay Woodcock, my sister-in-law, yes?
Objection asked and answered.
I'm just going over the timeline right now.
I'll allow it. Go ahead.
Hold on, Yukon. I just read your name the way it's supposed to. Yukon. That is so fucking clever. I love it. That is so clever.
Go ahead.
So when is the then you're referring to?
So at the 5 months later that you said in December, after that is when you contacted Kay Woodcock?
To express my condolences for her brother passing away and wanted to let her know that I had had dinner with him that last night and how much he loved JJ and how excited he was to see him the next morning. And just
Thank you. That's enough.
Lori Vallow is so jealous that Charles introduced this new lady to his family. Oh, I just fucking got that. Lori is on fire.
I'm just recapping here. And you contacted her through Facebook, is that correct?
And again, asked and answered.
I don't think that was actually asked yet. Overruled. Go ahead.
yes, as I said before, I contacted her through Facebook.
Okay. And then sent a few text messages, is that correct?
That is correct.
This is recap of everything we've already gone through.
And then you said you met with police on April 22nd, 2020, is that correct?
I didn't say April 22nd. I said I believed it was sometime in April.
Okay.
And I didn't meet with them. It was a telephone interview.
Okay. And that was around 1 year after my husband passed away, is that correct?
Well, July to April would be 10 months, so.
No more questions, Your Honor.
All right. Redirect.
Thank you.
You can't trust women until you give them a reason to trust you. Women just want to laugh. And if you can make a girl laugh, then you can trust her.
You, did you reach out to the police or did the police reach out to you after you learned Charles was?
I reached out to the police. I was surprised given that if they had seen his phone, they would see the text communication that we had and that we had been at dinner that night before he died.
In terms of speaking with Charles's family, Kay Woodcock, did you know her before this?
No.
Had you heard her name through speaking with Charles?
Yes, from Charles. I knew that he had changed his life insurance to his sister Kay, and he talked quite a bit about Kay and his love for her and the relationship with JJ and how they had adopted JJ.
So you understood the closeness he had with his sister?
Absolutely.
And you said you reached out to pay your condolences?
I did.
When you learned that Charles was dead, were you shocked?
I was watching the TV and it was talking about a case and his picture came on the screen and shocked is an understatement. Yes.
In terms of talking with Kay, have you ever tried to talk to other people to learn about or verify if the stuff that Charles told you was accurate?
No.
Is what you are telling us just what he told you?
What I'm telling you is part of what he told me. There's a lot more.
And did you tell the police all of what he told you? That you could remember at that time, I should say.
I believe, no, I thought I would probably be interviewed again, and it was more an ask answer format. There was, I remember being surprised that I wasn't interviewed again.
Okay. Because Charles had shared so much with you.
Correct.
In terms of the defendant's brother, Adam,
I am loyal to Dustin, who has been the love of my life since I was 18 years old. I have had drug problems. He has had drug problems. We have had real problems. I have gone to prison. His mom has my kids. Well, now my kids are grown ass adults. They're 22, 18, and 20. That's about it.
did you ever talk with him about the case?
No.
Through media, did you recognize him?
I recognized him because I'd seen him on reports. And I knew that he was going to be testifying in this hearing.
When did you see him? When was this interaction
Like
at this pickleball?
a week and a half ago.
So a week and a half ago, when you see him at a pickleball tournament with your grandkid, you say hi to him?
Basically.
You don't talk at all about the case?
We might have talked about that we were testifying. I don't know. No details for sure.
Okay.
Just a general, and then he saw who my grandson was, and the end.
So nothing about, hey, I'm going to say this, or Charles told me this?
Absolutely not.
When you and I met, did we go through your testimony? Or let me get this right. Did we go through what you told the police?
Yeah.
Did I indicate to you to just tell the truth?
You told me to tell the truth,
Whatever that was.
whatever that was.
You were asked about the fact that you knew Charles for basically a week, right?
Correct.
Did he make an impression on you?
Charles was a large personality. It would be hard not to be impressed by his wit and
Yukon is just being interested because, I said some things, but I really didn't say really all that too much. And I don't know. I think he's being curious, maybe.
just gregarious, big personality with his southern accent.
You were asked a lot on cross about,
Yeah, because I need to get chat active and I need to pause this stuff more and talk more, or, I'll get fucking an actual strike this time if my channel keeps getting reported. So I have to learn how to do this better. Right? I mean, do you guys understand? Is it different? And if Yukon is a male, then he should really listen and find a girl, make her laugh. And then he'll find out how happy life is.
you dating a married man.
Correct.
What was your impression of where this relationship was between Charles and Lori Vallow when you and Charles started talking?
Well, I knew that they had separated and that they had reconciled, and I knew he had filed, and then he had recanted that. But he also had met with an attorney to begin the process again and was very emphatic that he was done with all the craziness.
And was that last time something that you understood to be very recent?
Prior to us meeting?
Yeah.
Yes.
When he's talking to you, he's telling you about, you said, sort of the whole year of 2019, correct? But this last understanding that you had of him now going back to a divorce lawyer, was that something you understood to be very recent in time to that July 10th when you're meeting?
Correct.
Okay. And did you understand him to have even met with an attorney?
I believe he told me that, yes.
So that was where you were at.
Yes.
And that's what you understood.
Hey, that's when me and Dustin met in 2005. I was 18 years old. Huh. Wow. It's a long ass time, right? It's a long ass fucking time. And see, your wife is loyal and trustworthy because you made her laugh. It happens, man. It happens. And not a lot of people can stay together that long. Dustin and I did not stay together the whole time, mostly because I was on sabbatical and went to prison.
Understood Charles to be at.
Yes, and I will say, after having dinner with him, I did tell him that no one would want to be serious with him until he was further along in accomplishing that divorce that he was in the process of, including myself.
So even though you know he was just barely starting now, did you still want to meet with him again?
Yeah, I wouldn't have entertained a serious relationship, but he was fun, and yeah, I would have met with him again.
All right. I have no other questions, Your Honor.
Are there any questions for this witness from the jury? I see at least one question coming down. I think we have our white noise. Our
Jury asked questions?
Yep.
Well, you can tell she's not a true crime watcher. Shit, I had my first kid in 2004. Wow. That's almost 22 years old, or 22, almost 23 years. That's fucking amazing. That's how old my kid is. Did you know my first son was born the same day as Facebook, February 4th, 2004? It's fucking wild. Oh, I've never seen a male court reporter before. Have you guys ever seen? Is it 21? Okay. See, I don't know math. Again, I got my GED to get out of prison. I I don't know math. I should have been a lawyer instead of a criminal. I've never seen a male court reporter. That is so wild to me. Miss Muddy. Have you seen a male court? Well, you said yep, so I'm guessing you did. That's wild to me, though. Mm. What the hell? Do we not get to hear the jury question?
All right, members of the jury, we're going to take a little bit of an earlier recess than our normal afternoon recesses at this time. Please.
Okay. Wow, really? Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that happened to you, Miss Muddy. It's a hell of a day for... Damn. Sorry about your dad.
If you can just listen to this portion and see if that refreshes your recollection as to why Lori was asking you to go to Hawaii and when.
Oh, so we don't get to hear it. Arizona sucks. I want the tea. All right, after this chick, it'll be day 3 afternoon, right? We'll do another one, I guess. Oh, there is a cat. Come here, Jack. Come here. My God, ask a question.
Living with him,
She had indicated that she was not
whether or not,
at
did she talk to you when
need to go to at some point. I
to Hawaii? Having
22.
to
Okay, here we go.
Was that you talking to the detective about this sort of time period in January?
I
Where
thought
Lori's
this
asking
was
you
the
to go to
girlfriend.
Hawaii, and there's a lot of things going on there.
When did they change witnesses?
Yes, I recall that.
What?
I actually remembered the invitation being prior to that, and what I was referring to there was something else.
So there was a prior time you had gone to Hawaii to see Lori in a prior invite, correct?
No, I just gone in 2015 with my
I
family.
guess-
That's the only time
That you went there with?
that I went there. Yes.
Okay, so having listened to that recording, did it refresh your recollection about
East Idaho News cut shit out, so you can't get the whole trial. So I don't know. I want some ramen noodles. I don't have ramen
Lori
noodles.
inviting you to
but I
Hawaii in
want
sort of the
some.
January of 2019 period?
Yes, but I didn't say there that I was invited to go, and I thought that that was previous to that time. But at some point in either the fall or the spring, there, I thought it was the fall winter. She invited me to go to Hawaii,
Okay.
and I wasn't able to go.
When, well, let me ask you, so in January of 2019, did Lori reach out to you about some things that were going on in her life?
Yes,
Did she talk to you about her marriage?
she shared that she was upset with Charles.
And did she indicate whether or not she was still living with him?
She had indicated that she was not with him at the time.
Did she indicate that she had gone to Hawaii?
Yes,
And did she indicate that she was not telling anyone that she was there?
she indicated that she was keeping it, that there wasn't very many people she was sharing it with. Yes,
Okay. Did she indicate that Charles was back in Texas?
yes,
Did she indicate that Charles had JJ with him in Texas?
yes,
Did she indicate that her daughter Tylee was staying with her brother Alex?
yes,
Did she indicate that Charles had tried to take her temple recommend away, and this was one of the reasons she left?
yes,
And was it her, did she tell you that she didn't want Charles to know where she was?
I don't recall.
So if you had said that to the police back in April of 2021, would your memory have been better back
For
then?
sure.
Do you contest that you told the police back then that she was trying to make sure that Charles didn't know where she was?
I'm sorry, could you say that again?
Would you, if you had told the police back in April of 2021 that Lori told you she didn't want Charles to know where she was, would you have been truthful back then?
For sure,
following that?
yes.
Okay. Do you know how long she stayed in Hawaii?
I don't.
Did you ever become aware of her going to Idaho as well?
No, not until December of 2019.
Do you know how long she
Court TV. It seems like all the live streams are about 5 hours long for day 3. So why don't I just look up certain people? Who would you want to see next, Miss Muddy? Because it just all this shit is so fucking boring. None of these people are sassy, nothing. This is not interesting. I don't know. Who do you want to see next?
She stayed, how long she didn't let Charles know where she was?
I don't recall.
At some point, did you learn she was back in Arizona?
Yes.
Did she reach out to you to invite you to any groups?
Yes.
Do you recall approximately when the first time it was that you met her with her in some group format in 2019?
I believe it was spring 2019, maybe February.
And do you recall, were there other people at that meeting?
Yes.
Do you recall who was there?
Yes.
Who was it?
Zulema, Melanie Gibb, Nicole Earl, and Serena Sharp.
Who organized that? Or who invited you? Let me ask that. Did Lori invite you or did one of these other women invite you?
I don't recall.
Do you recall whose house it was at?
It was at Zulema's.
Okay. And did you know at that time if Lori and Charles were still separated?
Could you say that again?
Did you know at this meeting if Lori and Charles were still separated, living in different homes?
Yes, I believe so.
Did you know who was caring for JJ at that time?
Yes, I believe she was at Alex's.
JJ?
Oh, sorry, JJ. I believe JJ was in Texas.
Still with Charles? Mm-hmm. And that's a yes?
Yes.
And then you said Tylee was still staying with her uncle Alex?
Yes.
Did you know where Lori was living at that time?
With Alex.
Had you met these other women prior to this meeting in February-ish of 2019?
The only other person that I knew was Nicole Earl.
Okay.
The
So
sister.
this was the first time you were meeting
All right.
the person whose house it was at
I
Zulema?
found part
The first time that you were
2 of
meeting
day
Melanie
3.
Gibb?
Correct.
And the first time,
So
you said
where's
Serena, is that
she
Serena
at?
Sharp?
What's her name? Kay Woodcock.
Was
Duh,
there
I knew
anything
that.
that Lori said at this meeting in February-ish of 2019 that she said about Charles that stood out to you?
She was concerned about dark spirits plaguing him.
Yes, please subscribe. I got 159 subscribers. I would love to get to 160 subscribers because that would be wonderful. So please subscribe. Okay. So we're looking up Kay Woodcock. Okay. Hold on. We'll find her. I just did something. I have no idea what the fuck I did. Hold on. I'm doing stuff. Where am I at in life? No one knows. Okay. Now, you said her name was Kay Woodcock. How do I? Hold on. Kay Woodcock testimony. For dead in Ohio. Okay. News about for dead in Ohio. Wow, she looks different than she did in the other one. In the first trial. Isn't that her? For dead in Ohio. All right, here we go. Okay. This is the one. The trial or the testimony of Kay Woodcock, the sister-in-law. Miss Muddy said this is a good one. For dead in Ohio.
Are you married?
Yes.
All right, please be seated. We're on the record. All right, ma'am.
I do solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
All right, go and have a seat to my left.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Kay Woodcock. Charles Vallow's younger sister.
How old are you?
How old am I today?
Today.
64.
And are you married?
Yes.
Where do you currently live?
Lake Charles, Louisiana.
I want to talk to you about your siblings. You told us that you are Charles's sister. How many siblings were there in your family?
6.
And where did Charles fall into that?
He was number 3.
Who are the other siblings?
My oldest sister, Terry, then my next sister, Susan, then Charles, then Jerry, then me, then Bobby.
And where did you guys grow up?
We're in Lake Charles.
Okay. Were you close with your brother?
Yes, I was.
Did you know his wife, Lori Vallow?
Yes, I do.
Can you point her out in the courtroom and tell us what she's wearing?
She's the defendant over there in the black jacket.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant.
Vichel.
I want to talk to you sort of about Lori and Charles. Were you at their wedding?
No, they went to Las Vegas.
Do you recall what year they got married?
2006.
Did they have a reception that?
I don't know if that's what you'd call it, but there was a family gathering in March.
Well, his 2 fake accounts unsubscribed to me. So, like, I lost some subscribers. But I was joking about it with Dustin. There is not a rule against that, but there is a rule against party pooping. And your party, where party pooping is just, there's no reason for it. We're having a good time. You know, don't stick up the joint because you want to poop on people. Go poop on yourself. We're trying to watch a trial.
Of 2006 at a ranch in near Austin, Texas, that we all went to.
Okay, kind of to celebrate that.
Yes.
Had your brother Charles been
And it's my name that triggers people because nobody likes the Bible. But it's okay. I don't give a fuck. I tell the truth about the Bible. I don't give a shit. And, you know, if you don't watch my Bible live streams, you have no fucking idea about it. And you guys are the most amazing people ever. Well, I don't exactly know how you're party pooping, but it seems like you might be, Annie. And I know, but I don't know. It seems like you guys are arguing. No party pooping. It's fine. We love each other. We're family.
Married before.
Yes,
Did he have any children from his prior marriage?
yes,
How many?
2.
And who were they?
Cole Vallow and Zach Vallow.
And did you know if Lori had any children from a prior marriage?
Yes, Colby Ryan and Tylee Ryan.
I'm not sure what you said, but I vote to let you stay. Just please subscribe and like, and you know, and my cousin is very protective of me. That's Ricky right there. And he thinks you're being mean to me. So I guess just don't be edgy or whatever. Don't poop on people.
In when Lori and Charles got married,
Well, you're fine. No more defending yourself. No more, attacking. Just be nice. We're family, man. Who else do we have in the world right now but each other? So let's love each other. We'll all be like fucking, I don't know, hippies in the desert, hippies in the mud puddle at Woodstock.
did
Mud people of
Charles's
Woodstock.
two
That's
sons
us.
live with
We're
them?
weirdos and we love
Live
each
with
other.
Charles and Lori?
Yeah.
No.
Did they stay with their mother?
Yes, they did. They visited, but they never lived there.
Where were they? Was that in Arizona or still in Texas?
In Austin.
I want to ask you sort of some of the ages of the children involved. In July of 2019, was Tylee still a minor?
Yes,
So she was still living with them.
yes,
In July of 29, do you know if Colby was still a minor?
yes. Oh, wait, no, Colby was not.
He was an adult at
He
that
was
point.
an adult.
And in July of 2019, were Charles's two
Dude, you
sons,
can't
Cole and
go
Zach,
away.
still
You can't go
minors or adults?
away.
They were adults.
We're family. You can be the weird cousin in the corner. You're the weird uncle in the
Did
corner.
Charles and Lori have any
Or
children together?
aunt. You're
They
a girl, right?
adopted
You could be the
My
little
grandson,
aunt in the corner.
JJ.
And
I'm the sage
Can
and
you
I
tell us
live
how
in
that
a
worked out?
cave. And Drunken Wizard has more wives than a little bit, so we're all a little fucking weird. And whatever, just be yourself. Just don't shit on people, man.
How that worked
Or
out,
how did-
meaning
I just yes, you can be Miss Duck. Instead of Miss Muddy, we'll call you Miss Duck.
how did they get involved in adopting your grandchild?
No, I'll always call you Miss Muddy.
Charles approached me about it one day. He called, and I mean, there was a lot of stuff going
Yep.
on, mine, and so I kept it in mind.
And do you recall when did they adopt
Am
you?
I subscribed to
It
you,
was final
CNA?
in
There was a girl
July
I
of
subscribed to yesterday.
2014.
She was so fucking
How old was
pretty.
he then?
Man,
was
what was
2.
her name? She was fucking
Did
gorgeous.
JJ have any special needs?
I don't even know.
Yes, he was autistic,
But she was so
and he was
fucking
born 10 weeks
gorgeous.
premature.
Okay. So he took a little extra care.
I am subscribed to you.
He did,
Okay.
absolutely.
Do you recall, so if he was 2 and they adopted him, how old was he in July of 2019?
He was 7. We spent his 7th birthday together in Lake Charles.
So in July of 2019, to your knowledge, Lori and Charles still had 2 children under the age of 18 with them, Tylee and JJ?
Yes,
So if in July of 2019, Lori Vallow was saying she
Yeah,
had
that's
5
her
kids she
name,
was taking care of,
Firefly.
you were
Man, she
unaware of
was
the other 3?
prettiful. I
There
wish
were
she
not
would come
5 there.
back so I
No,
could tell her to her face.
there were 2.
Man,
Can
tell
you
her
tell
to
us
come
about the
back so I can
relationship
tell her
between
how
Charles
pretty
and
she
JJ?
is. And it's not even a homo way. I think she needs to know she's pretty because not enough girls tell girls are pretty. And I feel like maybe she needs to hear that.
Charles was the best dad. I mean, he was always doting on him. The arrangement I figured out eventually was that if Charles was working out of town, Lori had him all by herself, and so when Charles got back to town, JJ was his to take care of, 100%.
Would Charles bring JJ to visit your side of the family in Louisiana?
Yep.
Oh yes,
Did you regularly see him?
yes. Once JJ learned how to fly, and excuse me,
The universe is the best thing ever. I'm telling you, it's my friend. But lately, I think it's been mad at me because I have not won on a single scratch off in 3 days. Normally, I win like $20 on a scratch off, and it's like fucking awesome. God loves me. But I think God might be a little upset with me because I was arguing with him. But this book makes me argue. It's like, what were you thinking? But I haven't won the lottery in 3 days.
once JJ learned how to fly, and that he was, because he was autistic, something like that is a big deal for him, and he loved it. So he was a little flyer. He loved to go in the airplane.
What did your brother Charles do for a living?
He sold annuities. He was a financial planner.
And how long did you know him to do that?
You do not know how true that
I had to
Dixon
guess,
statement is. Like it's for real.
20 years.
Yeah.
guess.
Did he work for others or have his own business? What do you recall?
He had his own business.
Had he previously any times ever worked for others?
Yes.
But in July of 2019, he had his own business.
Yes.
Did he have a business partner?
He did. Yes.
Did his job require him to travel a lot?
He did. He would be gone 3 or 4 days a week, on average. Sometimes he didn't have to travel, but he was just. But yeah, he would be gone 3 or 4 days a week when he would be working.
I want to ask you a little bit about Charles. Was he sort of a meticulous person when it came to paperwork?
Oh yes. I mean, for when you're doing that type of work, you have to be meticulous and methodical, and you can't make
the thing is like if 2 or more people complain about the person, then I will be like the fuck yo, kind of like I did, and then we'll block them if they still be an asshole. Because I figure that's the only fair way to do it. Because if more than one person in the chat has a problem, it's probably an issue. But if like one person, if they're just talking back and forth and somebody gets mad, you can't just block that person. You know what I mean? You can't just get butt sore and block somebody. It's got to be a real issue among the chat. Is that fair? Like, I feel like that might be fair, right? I'm trying. I mean, I don't know. I'm new at people being in my chat.
any errors. And you can't miss a dot or crossing a T because it will get kicked back to you, and then it just causes a lot of delay and a lot of trouble. So he was actually, he said there was never anybody I've ever trusted to do this for me. And I was like, well, I'll do it for you because,
All right, we'll stop here.
yeah.
So when Charles was working as financial planner, do you know if he had Lori help him with any part of his job?
I don't really know exactly what she did, but yes,
Okay.
but I don't know what she did.
Prior to Charles being a financial advisor, did he have a very different career in sports?
Oh, he was, he quit, I don't know if, I don't remember because I was quite young then, but he did, I believe he was drafted in the early 70s into the Houston Astros minor league.
So when you were growing up, did you see your brother playing baseball?
I was raised at a baseball field. If it wasn't Charles, Jerry played for years, my other brother, but Charles stuck with it, and that's how he got to college with a degree, with a scholarship.
So you got stuck many a night in a weekend having to be at the ball field with your brother.
Yes.
What position did your brother play?
He was a pitcher. He was very, very good. He was a left-handed pitcher, and they're very hard to hit against.
Okay. Did he bat right or left-handed?
He was left-handed.
Did he do everything left-handed?
Yes.
Left-handed? After your brother, well, let me ask you, do you know how long he played in the semi-pro?
I don't, he had moved to Houston, and but he blew out his knee, and that's ended that right there.
Did your brother stay in shape after that, even though he blew out his knee?
Oh, yes, he was always doing something, always. Bike riding, hiking, just anything. Gym, he was very active.
So every time you saw him, he was taking care of himself.
Yes.
I'm going to ask you a little bit about religion. Did your family grow up in the LDS church or faith?
No, we did not.
Did you know Charles to ever convert to the LDS faith?
He did at some point during his marriage to Lori.
Okay. When Lori and Charles were married, did they always live in one state, or did they move?
No, they lived here in Phoenix, in the Phoenix area, Chandler, Gilbert, and then they moved to Hawaii in 2014, and then they moved back late 2016 or early 2017.
Back to,
Back here to Phoenix area.
Hold on. Let
do
me
you
tell you
recall where they were, what state
something
they were in when they met?
real quick.
When Charles and Lori met, they
Yeah.
were in Texas.
Texas, okay.
CNA. Hold on. I don't know what the fuck is happening. Why? Okay. Now I know what's happening, I think. Okay. So Michael calls me every night and asks me how he does. I don't really pay attention to chat, but so far it's like I think he does a good job. He's trying to figure out the rules that I'm trying to figure out. So and plus he's kind of, I have to be kind of looked after because of my names, because people really don't like the whole Bible thing. So it's a real issue. And I have a lot of brain injuries. I have a lot of fucking injuries. And people make fun of me a lot. So I gotta have somebody to have my back in a chat. because I want to read the Bible. I've been doing it for 5 years. I want to try to do it live, and my name triggers people. So even if I do trials, my name still makes people be assholes. So I don't know if that's an excuse or not, but that's the reason.
In 2018 and 19, you told us that Charles and JJ would come visit you and the family regularly.
Yes.
In March of 2018, did you have a member of your family pass away?
Yes, my mother did in March of 18.
Did Charles come out for that?
Yes, he did. He was there for her services. Lori was not, and we felt like something was going on. Well, actually, my husband felt it before I did, and then when she didn't show for my mother's funeral.
Right. I did say I did say something like that. Like we gotta try to, if more than, 2 chat members complain, then we should probably find out what the fuck for real. That's what I was asking. Is that fair? Because I'm the only one that thought of it. So I was just trying to figure out like what would be the fairest thing to do with things like that, because sometimes people are just assholes to begin with because of my name, but once they meet me, like you guys, like you're really nice to me. All right, bye, Michael. I love you. You feel free to come back anytime. We'll try to hold it together. But CNA and Miss Muddy, that's why I have you guys, because you really don't have a familial affinity for me, so you guys can kind of be fair about it, right?
I just thought that was just appalling. It appalled me that she wouldn't even come to something like that with her husband.
What was your relationship like with Lori?
Because of the work I did, the company we owned, I was on the phone an extreme amount of time, all the time. So I really don't like to call people. I'm not a phone person. I'll text you all day long, but I really don't like to talk. And so Lori and I never really had a big phone relationship. It was a text here and there, but mostly Charles would keep me up to date as to different things that were going on, or what they were up to, or Charles would call. Yeah, Charles would call me
Okay,
mostly.
thank you.
So it sounds like you weren't close with her.
When Lori and I were together, it was like we hadn't missed a minute. And we just took up where we left off. And she's very outgoing, and she's very friendly and very easy to talk to. And so we got along rather well, and I loved her.
Okay. So continuing in 2018, do you recall seeing Charles and JJ coming out to visit you guys in October of 2018?
Yes.
What was that for?
Just a weekend visit.
Okay. What about in November of 2018? Did you see Charles and JJ then?
We did. My husband and myself and my granddaughter, we went to Las Vegas, and Charles and JJ met us there for the Thanksgiving holiday weekend. I thought that was odd. He wasn't with his family. He said, Lori Lori was sick or Tylee was sick is what he told us, but it just, I mean, he just wouldn't share what all was going on at that point. Then when he finally did, he unloaded it all.
So in 2018, did you have any idea there were any, let me say this, in 2018, did you have some concerns about their relationship?
Yes, it was for him to come as often as they were coming was odd, and just he was just unsettled, and we knew something was going on, but he would never say. So he did, he talked to us when he was ready.
When we get into 2019, did you start to see your brother more?
Yes.
First, without going into what Charles said, did you ever become aware finally that his marriage with Lori was in trouble?
Yes, I did.
In 2019, again, without going into what Charles said, did you ever believe that Charles was concerned for his safety?
Charles was absolutely concerned for his safety. Lori had sent me a text, I think it was on a Thursday, that she and Charles were fighting because of some stuff she came up with, and that she and JJ and Tylee were at a hotel. Well, I guess Tylee was, I'm not sure. And because she didn't want to have any fighting, so they went to a hotel. And I came out. I knew Charles the next day. That's when she sent it to me. And then I just really I didn't call Charles. I knew he'd call me, and he sure enough did. And he was a mess. And so I flew out the next day out here to help him with JJ and just to come and talk to him and see what was going on. He was alone, and Lori's family turned their backs on him and JJ. Okay.
Is that too fast?
All right.
Yeah,
There
it's
are a lot
too
that
fast.
You remember. So you said that you got a text from Lori indicating that she and JJ and Tylee were at a hotel. And then you said that Charles then called you maybe the next day,
Yeah.
and you came out here to Arizona.
Yes.
When you came out here to Arizona, did you become aware at that point that there was a big problem now with their relationship?
There was a huge problem now with their relationship.
And during this time when you had come out here, do you remember approximately when that was?
It's like the 1st of February of 2019, or the 2nd. It was right in there.
When you came out here, did you then speak with Charles about his concerns for his safety? Just yes or no?
About his what?
His concerns for his safety.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
That's just yes. Is this the time where, well, let me ask it this time. When you came out here, did you see Lori?
No,
When you came out here, did anyone know where Lori was?
no, nobody was talking about where she was. Nobody would tell Charles where she was.
So your brother was trying to find where she was?
Yes, he was.
Where was JJ at this time?
He was with Charles, and that's one of the reasons I came out was to help him with JJ, because he was quite a handful, and Charles was a mess. He was broken. He was a broken-hearted man.
So you come out here, Charles has JJ. Where's Tylee? Do you know?
She's, as far as we knew, she was staying at Lori's brother's. That's what we knew then.
Okay. Did you have any interaction with her?
No.
How long did Charles have JJ where he's looking for Lori and can't find her?
Well, that portion of the time was 58 days, and I knew how many days it was because every day Charles would say something. He would tell me.
But he was counting them.
He would count them.
Were you out here the whole time? What'd you do?
I could work remotely at the time, so I did stay out here a lot, often, but I would fly back. I was back and forth between Louisiana and here from February until the end of March, because at that point, we moved Charles to Houston.
Okay. So the end of March, you said you were moving Charles to Houston. Was that with JJ?
Yes.
why was Charles going to be, why are you helping to move to Houston?
Because Charles told me that Lori did not want JJ anymore, or Kylie, or him. And I said, okay, well, look, what if you move to Houston and I'll be 2.5 hours away, and when you go out of town, I'll come and stay with JJ. And so he would talk about hiring a nanny, and I said, no, I will be the nanny, and I'll come and take care of him when you have to work. And it's easy enough, and you won't have to pay a penny.
So when Charles has JJ, you're helping take care of JJ in this time period in February, March.
Yes.
What about Charles's business? Did you help with that at all?
Yes, I had to get my arms around the whole thing. All the payments that needed to be made, the accounts, the emails, all that stuff you have to change over and change the password and all that, so Lori couldn't access it any longer.
You said you had your own job. What were you doing at that time in addition to helping your brother?
My husband and I owned a coastal crew change. It was a transportation company for the offshore oil and gas and LNG industry.
Okay. So you're trying to work that job and help Charles with his business.
Yes, I had a really great assistant who helped me an awful lot.
Do you remember when you were packing up to move Charles to Houston?
Yes.
You there?
I was there.
Did Lori show back up?
She did. I was in the pantry in the kitchen, packing up the pantry, and I don't know what, just something caught my attention, and I walked out and she was standing there. She had her back to me. Charles was sitting at the table on his phone, and he obviously didn't realize that she was there. And then finally, when he hung up, he looked up and there she was, and he started crying, and she started yelling
Do you recall what she was yelling about?
that, why did you take JJ? Why did you take JJ? Why did you take him out of school? Why are you moving? What are you doing? All this is your fault. It was just ridiculous.
So she'd been gone for 58 days, leaving,
No contact whatsoever.
and then she shows up at the house when you guys are moving out.
Yeah.
What was Charles's demeanor reaction? You said he was crying?
He was at first, but then he was just trying. Charles was a very soft-spoken man, and he was just trying to get a word in edgewise. And finally, Lori settled down a little bit, and they went and they talked for a while in the living room, or the I guess it's like a great room. And then they moved to the bedroom to talk, and I could still hear every now and then Lori would get a little loud, but they were talking. And then I remember that Lori came. Let's see, I was sitting at the dining table, and she stood next to me and she said, "I love you, KK." And I said, "Well,
I only left for a second. I needed to go make some more coffee.
I love you too. I'm sorry this is happening." And she cried, and I didn't know what to do really. So, I mean, I just was there. And then she walked off, and the next day she came. I don't know who came, but they got Tylee's belongings out of the casita where all of Tylee's belongings were. And I don't remember if she got anything of hers. I really don't remember.
Okay. So are we now talking at the end of March, beginning of April of 2019, when Charles is moving back to Houston?
I didn't even think you guys would even notice I was gone.
Yeah.
Did he bring JJ with him?
Yes. Well, in order for me and Charles to move in, Larry, I flew out here and brought JJ back to Louisiana with me, and then my husband Larry kept him for a week while I flew back here to help Charles pack and then drive back to Houston.
All right, so you guys rented a big truck and drove it?
He drove the U-Haul. I drove his pickup.
All right. When you and Charles got to Houston, then did your husband bring JJ back?
Yes, he did.
Through all of this time with Charles, when he was looking for Lori while she was gone for those 58 days, did he still want Lori to be part of JJ's life?
He did. He did. He never was trying to take that away from Lori, even though Lori didn't want him anymore. I still didn't. I never really understood that, but I guess he was just hoping for the best. But yes, he absolutely wanted her to be part of his life, Lori's life.
I can't sleep if I don't drink a cup of coffee. I will stay up all night long. It's happened before. That's why I gotta take a lot of seizure pills, because I have a coffee addiction.
So once
And it messes with my seizures, and I get real bad withdrawals.
Charles moved to Houston, did Lori ever also move out there?
I don't know if you call it moved out there, but she did. She came that day on March 28th. Charles said, look, we're moving to Houston. You're welcome to come. I'll fly you out Sunday. And she said, no, I'm busy. I have a project or something she was doing in Hawaii. She said, it'll be about 2 weeks and I'll be in Houston. So whatever she did, she was gone for 2 weeks, 2 more weeks. It was a total of 72 days, I believe, she was going altogether. And then she was there. She and Tylee moved in at Charles's, and Charles said that she slept in JJ's room with him.
So the first 2 weeks when Charles and JJ are in Houston without Lori,
No. Hold on. Lamotrigine, Lamictal, Vimpat, aripiprazole, and what's the other one? Venlafaxine. I am well covered, especially these are also psych pills. They help with stabilizing mania because I developed that. Yeah, my brain injuries caused me to be manic.
were you ever there to help with JJ or Charles's
No,
business?
no, Lori was there. I mean,
I guess
JJ was.
Before she moved there, the 2 weeks.
I think.
Or did
No,
you-
I had to go home for a little while, but Charles came like the weekend. So if I wasn't here, he was there.
Okay. So once you drove him there, you may have stayed to help him and then you went home.
Yeah.
And you weren't there when Lori came to Houston.
No.
You told us that you had been helping your brother with his business, and I think you'd said something about changing passwords.
Yeah.
Was that to different financial accounts?
Right. Credit card, bank, stuff like that. Yeah. The password to Google, the password to,
All the things you use for business.
yes.
And so when you started helping him, you had changed a lot of those passwords.
Yes.
At some point, did you become aware that, or at some point, did Charles stop asking you to help him with the business?
He did. And that's when Lori came back.
Okay. Now,
Do you
said that
really
your brother
wanna
worked
know?
in annuities, right?
Yes.
Right? That last part of the time when you were working with him up through sort of the end of March.
Hold
April,
on,
April,
let's let these
were you
people
aware Charles
watch
coming into a large amount of money?
this,
He was receiving
and I'll tell you.
an annuity. What do you call it? I can't think of the word right now, but he was receiving like $125,000 check for his commission for annuities,
Let's finish this, and I'll tell you at the end.
and Lori obviously knew that because she was there just a few days before that came into the bank. That was deposited into the bank. I had access to the bank, so I would watch that.
So even though Lori came back, you still had the passwords to look into Charles's account?
Yes.
Do you know how long Lori stayed in Texas with Charles?
It's like she wasn't there the entire time, but I mean, she was always traveling through May. I'll say towards the end of May. I'm not for sure exactly what day.
Okay. So at some point, a couple months later, you become aware that she has left Houston.
Yes.
Did you know where she went?
Yeah, she was back here.
Did JJ come with her when she moved back here to Arizona?
He did.
And
Can you wait? I mean, it's Friday night. We're not doing anything. I can answer all your questions. Just there's other people watching and they want to watch this. So you already complained. I keep stopping it.
did you know, did your brother move back here?
No, he did not.
And with your access to the finances, were you aware whether or not Charles was paying for a house here in Arizona for Lori and JJ?
I really don't recall seeing that transaction. I really don't, but that doesn't mean it didn't happen. At that time, I was selling my company, and so I had a lot going on at that time, and that's when it was really getting, the due diligence. The company was doing their due diligence, so I had to provide a lot of information for them, and so it really was perfect timing because I got super busy with my company, and I didn't have to deal with all of Charles's because Lori was back, or
let me ask you something else. Were you aware of when Charles met Lori, or they got married? Do you know if she worked?
She was a hairdresser. She did work as a hairdresser, and I don't know exactly when she quit working, but she didn't. I don't think she worked long. If she did, after they got married.
Okay. So for most of the time when you knew them to be married, you did not see her working outside the home.
No.
Did Charles, I guess, work so she could stay home with the kids?
Yes, he was fine with being a one income, letting her stay home, tend to the kids, and he would be the moneymaker.
Now, I know that we've talked about Charles working in the area of financial planning. Did you know if Charles had a life insurance policy?
Yes.
That's something that, how did you learn about that?
Well, I mean, he had told my husband Larry and I years ago, he helped us acquire $1 million life insurance policy for me and my husband each. And because he always had one and Lori had one. So that was nothing new or unusual to talk about.
Okay. At some point when you were helping Charles, when Lori had disappeared and Charles didn't know where she was, did you have a conversation with Charles about the beneficiary of his life insurance?
Yes, it was early February when I came here to help him with JJ, and he said, "Look, I'm going to take Lori off as beneficiary, and I'm going to put you as a beneficiary." And I was like, we talked about maybe a minute and a half about it, and I was like, "Okay, whatever. I really don't want to be that person, but okay." And I never followed up to see if he changed. I didn't know until I got the phone call after he was killed.
So the discussion you had of that change was during that time period when he couldn't find Lori, he had no idea where he was, and he was taking care of JJ?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And you were helping him take care of JJ?
Yes.
So if something had happened to Charles during that time when Lori wasn't around, would you have taken care of JJ?
Yes, he would have come back to me and my husband.
So I want to kind of go to right around that July time period. Do you recall when was the last time you saw your brother, Charles?
That's a good question. Probably must have been in June.
And do you recall where that was or the
I think he came to
circumstances?
Lake Charles for the weekend.
Did you see JJ then?
Yeah, no. The last time I saw JJ was May 18th.
When was the last time you recall speaking or texting with your brother, Charles?
He texted me the night before he was shot, and just, "Hey, I'm going to be in Phoenix tomorrow, and how's it going?" And just a little short text. And I'm boarding the plane now, and I'll be back in Phoenix in a little bit. And then he told me a few other things he had planned, but that was not a big deal.
Did you think he was going to Phoenix to just see JJ?
Yes.
Did you know anything about any type of intervention?
No, he never talked. If he did talk to me about it, and I'm pretty sure I would have remembered that. But no, I know that he and Adam was his confidant during that time, Lori's brother. And so I know that whatever he was doing, Adam was part of it. And, they were just, I knew he was in good hands with Adam, because Adam, they loved Charles, him and his wife.
Do you have any knowledge of Charles wanting to get a place here in Phoenix so he could be closer to JJ?
I don't remember that, but I can't remember that. I mean, I don't know.
No, okay, that's okay. I want to talk to you then about, so you talked to your brother, just kind of normal stuff before he got here to Phoenix. How did you learn that your brother Charles was dead?
It was on July the 12th. I was at a nail salon in Lake Charles, my granddaughter and I, and I got a call from his oldest son, Cole, and he said, "Hey, what is going on? I just got a text from Lori, and she said Dad's dead." And I said, "Wait, what did you just say?" And he told me again, and I said, "Something's wrong with that. That can't be true." And I said, have you tried to call her? And Cole's like, "Yeah, she won't. I'm trying calling. She's not answering." He was freaking out, and I was like, "Okay, Cole, just give me a minute. Let me think about this. Let me see, and I'll call you back. I promise, as soon as I can figure this out." So I called my husband to tell him, and he said, "Okay, well, I told him what Cole said, and he said, 'Hey, let me call you back in a minute.'" And so I was still at the nail salon trying to get out of there, and he called and he said, "He's dead." I Googled him, and he's dead. Alex killed him. yesterday. And I mean, that was just like, it was horrible. I have to call my siblings and let them know.
Okay, that's why they called her.
And everybody was just freaked out. I didn't know what to do. But I did call Cole back and let him know that it was true. And just was telling me, you know, let's keep in touch. You find out something, I find out something, you know, we'll let each other know. And
Did you try to reach out to Lori?
I tried calling, texting Charles. I tried calling, texting Lori. And at some point she texted me, she returned a text, something like, I'm having to deal with a lot of stuff and I'm busy. And she was too busy to even call his family to say that he was dead by her brother killing him. And
Maybe that'll get his attention.
Take a breath. So you had tried to reach her and she was too busy to talk to you.
yeah.
Did you ever, what was the burial plans? Did you ever get Charles back? What happened with him?
We ended up calling a detective, the detectives in Chandler, since that's where it happened. And we were able to speak to a detective, I don't know who, but we told them that I had already arranged us a flight for the next day. We were here by noon Saturday because I needed to know where JJ was. I didn't know what he had seen. I didn't know what he knew. I knew he would be, I knew it wasn't good. But I couldn't, we had to talk to the detectives before I did anything with Lori. And we had to wait till Sunday to meet with Nate Moffitt. And then when we talked to him is when I told him about the life insurance policy and that Lori, that I didn't know if Charles had ever changed it to me like he said he was going to do. And so I didn't know, but I just knew we had to get JJ because he was not safe with her.
Let me stop you there. I'm going to go back to Charles. Where was Charles buried, or where was what was done with his remains?
Well, this was before Lori knew she wasn't getting the money. She had him cremated, and he was mailed. He was a FedEx or whatever over to my office, along with his Letterman's jacket from high school and a couple pair of cheap sunglasses and 1 or 2 watches. It was just a few little trinkets. And Charles had a watch collection, and she just sent some crap.
So she cremated him and FedExed him to you.
Yes.
Sent him to your work office?
Yes.
Now you're saying this is before she learned the life insurance policy was not going to be, she was not going to be the beneficiary. Did you set up like a service for Charles?
Yes. My family and I made arrangements for a memorial service to happen in Lake Charles on August the 3rd, which was, he was killed July 11th. So took us a little bit to put it together, but we did.
Did you talk to Lori about having JJ come out for Charles's service?
I think the last time I talked to Lori was she told us that she wanted, I asked her, what can we do in Houston? I was trying to be nice because I knew she had something to do with his murder. And I'm not one that can just lie off the cuff. I'm a bad liar. And so when I did talk to her, and it was a long, awkward conversation I had with her, but I was like,
I'm
what do you want
sorry,
us to do
but
with
I
us at
found
the house
that
in
so
Houston?
funny.
But when we got to the house in Houston, and she did, y'all please go do what you want to do with it. See what Cole wants, y'all split it up. Y'all take care. Take it.
She gave you permission to go to the house in Houston and take whatever was there?
Yes, and when we got there,
I don't know why.
none of Charles's personal belongings were there. Nothing at all. And that I couldn't figure out why nothing of Charles's or JJ's was there. Or wait, nothing of Charles's was there. Just his business files and the big furniture, but, sofa, beds, stuff like that.
So you went there, you did that. How did you, and you told us that you did not know for sure if your brother had ever changed the beneficiary from Lori to you. How did you find out if that was done?
I think it was the following week, a lady from Banner Life, that's where who wrote the policy, a lady called and said that I was the beneficiary. I was the sole beneficiary, and
Don't get too personal, please. Oh, I'm sorry. I just thought what you said was funny. That's all. It made me giggle. Um, but try not to get into, what's your sexy style? Nothing like that. Drunken wizard. Ah ha ha.
what was our address, and she wanted to verify a few things and to send out the check.
Here,
You got that call. Did you ever have Lori?
it's midnight here too, but Dustin's up playing Red Dead Redemption 2, and I want to party with you guys. This is the first time I've had more than, a few people in the chat, and I love it, and I just want to hang out. I mean, it's Friday, and Dustin don't have to work tomorrow, so he's gonna play Red Dead, and I'm gonna drink coffee and party with you guys.
Lori confront you about the life insurance policy?
Did I ever have Lori what?
Yeah, did Lori ever confront you about being the beneficiary for Charles's life insurance policy?
Yes. She didn't call and do it. She sent me a text one night, a picture or two of a screenshot. She took a screenshot of the change of beneficiary form with my name on it. And she said something to the effect of 5 kids and.
I got a question for you, Yukon. How did you figure out how to spell, why didn't you spell Yukon, what does Yukon mean? Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Maybe you're a little agitated and you need to just feel better, and that's okay. You can feel better here. We are all sheep dressed like wolves. We look scary, but we're not. You can relax, smoke this bowl with me. You can drink some of this coffee, and also I have a cigarette.
And his sister gets all the money, or is that why you want JJ? Something to that effect, which it made no sense. I want JJ, period.
Oh.
That was a dumb statement by her.
So let me ask you this. So she told you, again,
I went to Miami of Ohio University for a semester. Oh, shit. How do I know what? That you're frustrated? Well, okay. Text does not have context. And in my mind, I'm reading it frustrated. And maybe I shouldn't, because I might be projecting whatever I feel onto you. But, just relax here with us, man. I'll talk to you and I'll answer all your questions. I know I'm a bit fucked up and shit's weird with me, and I get it, and you can ask me whatever you want, but there's other people watching this. So you gotta wait.
and that she was left with these 5 kids, right?
Oh yeah. Well, see, that right there. That right there is why people think you're mean. And also, we are in Leviticus and the Das Bible. We are, and maybe you should come so you can find out how I really am, because I'm not a trial watcher, but I am a Bible teller.
Yeah, 5 kids. She had Colby and Tylee and JJ. And
at that
Colby was
time-
out of the house, so it was just Tylee and JJ.
So she's messaging
Yes, more people in chat would be good, but are we ready for more people in chat? Are we prepared for that?
you this saying, how upset she is because she has 5 kids to take care of.
Yeah.
And then she
Oh, yeah, CNA, drunken wizard. Ask her friend here your question. I don't even know it.
tells you that, is this why you wanted JJ to come to Charles's service?
No, I had already gotten the okay from her to come get him. I was going to fly here, pick him up, go back to Louisiana, keep him for a week and attend so he could attend the service during that time. And when she found out she was not, when she found the change of beneficiary form, she said that she was too busy. They were moving to Hawaii, and it would be too confusing for JJ to come, and he needed to be with her.
So after she found out and had confronted you about that change of beneficiary where you were now getting Charles's life insurance policy, she changed her mind and refused to let JJ go to Charles's service. His
Yes.
service. After this confrontation about Charles making you the beneficiary of the life insurance policy, did that pretty much end most of the contact you had with Lori, other than you reaching out to talk with JJ?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no other questions.
All right, Cross.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. Hey, Muddy, is this as good as I think it's going to be? Has anybody else seen this? Is this going to be good? Oh, man. There's only 6 minutes left.
Ms. Lecoq, where were you on July 11th, 2019?
At home in Lake Charles, Louisiana.
Were you aware at all of the relationship between Charles and Tylee?
It was, let's say, it was a bit contemptuous. It seemed like there was always a lot of drama going on, and so that's all I knew. He didn't say too much about it, and I didn't pry.
Firefly. Firefly. I gotta tell you something, and there's no homo involved, but you are one of the prettiest women I have ever seen in my fucking life. And I talked about it for almost 15 minutes yesterday, how fucking pretty you were. And I'm not being gay or nothing, but I'm just telling you. And I'm guessing there's not questions. Maybe Drunken Wizard is a bit drunken. But listen, there's only like 4 minutes of this left.
But you knew that there was some kind of contention going on with those two for
I
a
can't hear
while.
you.
I'm sorry. You did know that there was some kind of contention going on.
Of this question. Of this question, CNA.
With those two for a while.
Yes.
Okay. And you weren't really aware of the events that happened that morning, were you?
The morning of the
July-
murder?
Of July 11th?
No, I wasn't.
Okay.
Because you didn't tell me.
We conspire with.
Hold on. Hold on.
There was some kind of contention going on with those two. There was some. But you knew that there was some kind of contention going on with those two for
I
a
can't hear
while.
you.
I'm sorry. You did know that there was some kind of contention going on with those two for a while.
No, there's not.
Okay. And you weren't really aware of the events that happened that morning, were you?
The morning of the
July-
murder?
Of July 11th?
No, I wasn't.
Okay.
Because you didn't tell me.
Ms. McCock, did you see or hear or personally witness me conspire with Alex Cox to kill my husband, Charles Allen?
No, but I saw a ton of evidence it did.
Thank you. No further questions.
All right, redirect.
Just briefly.
Here you go. Here you go. This woman needs to sit the fuck down. She needs to sit down. Why? Why does she need to talk? Catty. Women are catty.
You were asked about the relationship between your brother and Tylee. How old was Tylee when Lori and Charles got married?
She was 3, or right around 3.
So was Charles in her life for most of her memorable years?
Exactly. Yes, he was.
And how old was she in July of 2019?
She was 16. Yeah, yeah,
So a teenager.
yes.
In terms of
Why
the
is
relationship,
that so
Are
funny?
you saying that Charles and Tylee never had good times?
Why is that so funny? Why are you gonna FedEx them to me? I don't mean to laugh. Yes, I do, because that is so fucking funny. Hey, Michael, go, go play.
Times?
Oh, I'm not saying that. I saw them have good times.
We're
And
gonna listen to.
it wasn't,
We're gonna listen to this catty woman.
you know, it wasn't that they couldn't look at each other, or, you know, it wasn't like that. But I mean, yeah, a teenage girl on one is hard anyway. But I do know that there was a lot of issues with her dad and Lori with her ex-husband and custody, and it was a mess. It was a mess.
So Tylee had a lot going on in her life.
Wait a minute. If UConn is in college, don't get too much in his or her head. I don't know if you're a girl. You kind of sound like you might be a girl, but then also you could be a metro. But it's testing. Don't get too far into their head because it's testing. She got to concentrate so it can get that degree.
Life.
Yes, she did.
And you would see her and Charles at times have difficulty getting along.
I never really saw anything that sticks out in my mind. But I just know he'd tell me how it was just difficult. And, as a step parent, it can be very difficult. I
But
can
your
attest to
name
that.
is. Oh, you're a 48-year-old man. No way. You're like
So in
9
July-
years older than me. Are you kidding me? So then you shouldn't even be that mature or immature like a college student. Come on. Like I said, we're fucking family, man. My family's in here. So, you don't got to act like that. I told you I would answer your questions literally 1 minute.
11th, when Charles Vallow was killed, did you actually have any idea that your brother was dead?
None at all. How would I know?
So, in terms of you learning that your brother was dead, it was never from Lori
Or
Vallow.
from her.
It was.
It was from Google that my husband found.
Thank you. I have no other questions.
Are there any
Okay. Oh, jury
questions for
questions.
this witness from anyone on the jury? I don't see any questions. You can step down now.
Okay. Now. Okay, we can ask me questions. It's not like I can run from the questions because it's literally right here in front of me. So you're 38. No, I'm 39. Am I doing math wrong again? No, I'm 39. I'm going to be 40 in November. And I look fucking great. I'm mostly just kidding. I think I look great, but who knows? But you can ask me whatever. I'll tell you about my brain injury. It happened in 2017. I worked in Greektown in Detroit, Michigan, and I lived in Southwest Detroit because I think I'm fucking brave. And I was living there. Yes, I am a Scorpio. I am the best fucking Scorpio ever. But I worked in Greektown and lived in Southwest Detroit because I think I'm a badass. And I got curb stomped. Coming home from my job, literally a dishwasher. My second ever job I've ever had in my life. I was like 32 or 33. Yeah. I got the whole side of my head. There's a giant scar. I wanted to shave my head so I could show it off, but I'm not allowed to. So is my son. He's October 26th, my other son. Yep. So you're a Scorpio too. That's why you're fucking pretty. Yeah. So that's what happened there. And then they found a bundle of nerves in the back of my brain, and they were born inside my brain when I was a baby. And then when I got curb stomped, it exploded and started getting bigger as like a giant mass blood clot. So they fill my head with salt water and shrink it. And then I had to have brain surgery on Valentine's Day, 2018. And then I taught myself to read the Bible on camera. Most of it's on Rumble, actually. All of it's on Rumble. From the first time I learned how to read the Bible, I had to restart it 6 or 7 times because I got all confused and shit. Sure did. Oh, yeah. But it's cool because I'm telling you what, it was the best thing that ever happened to me. And this is going to sound fucked up, but I'm telling you what, I was in a coma for almost 2 months. And Jesus visited me in that coma. And he saved my life because I could have died. God smacked my ass down so I could sit because I was refusing. Like I was bad. I've been to prison and everything. So God sat my ass the fuck down so I could do this. Oh, yeah. No, I've read. But this time, the show I'm reading, the show that I made is called God Said What? So I could be aggravated with these rules in God voice. So it works. I don't know fucking math, man. I know I turned 33 after, hold on. I turned 30 and look, I've been out of prison since 2015. Yeah, 2015. And then I got injured in 2017. So I think I was just 33. Well, you tell me how old I am. I was born in 1985. How old am I? I don't even know. Yeah, see, I don't know how fucking old I am, man. I think I'm 40. I'm pretty sure I'm 40. And I'm pretty sure I was injured somewhere around 33. But I don't know that to be true. I'm still waiting for your question. I got a question. What degree did you get, UConn? Did you end up getting a degree? Because I literally ended up making it almost 2 semesters. Well, I don't know if he's a troll or not. See, I can't tell. I can't ever tell because I think he's being legitimately himself. Because I'm being legitimately myself. So if he's being mean, I said that I read his text like he has an attitude, but he's not being too disrespectful, right? Well, yawn. Do Ooh, yeah, agenda. What's your agenda? That is a good question, Yukon. Wait, what are we final warninging? Agenda. Can I tell you my agenda? I don't know. But yeah, Yukon, I do want to know. Like, what are you trying to learn? Like, what is your intention? Like, what is your intention? Are you trying to be like us? Because, like, okay, see, we're all friends here. We're family. We're just gonna have to treat you like the uncle in the corner, the one that steady talks shit about everybody. But don't talk shit about everybody. But, we'll let you go with that. Ooh, yeah, motive. Yeah, what's your modus operandi? Look, I know words. Okay, can somebody ask me a question? I want to know things. I want to know things about myself. My favorite band is Cradle of Filth and Typo Negative. And my favorite color is pink. Oh, and I love ICP. I'm a juggalo. I'm a juggalo like you didn't know. Yeah, I don't know. That's all I got. What is your question? What kind of music do you guys listen to? Answer. You know what song stuck in my head? For Dead in Ohio. Crosby, Stills, and Nash for no fucking reason at all. I don't even really like that band, but for some reason, I like that song. You like the metal band Pathology. Hey, I think we are all sheep like dressed like wolves. We fit in to get in. We get in to fit in to get in. We're good at being wolves in a nice way. You like Christmas music? See, Dustin's mom listens to Christmas music. For Dead in Ohio. Why? There's no reason to have that song stuck in my head. I literally don't know any other words to that song except for that. Okay, go give your pillow some head and your sheets some ass, lady. Have the greatest night ever. What is that link? Welcome back, cousin. Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. Hey, I got a song for all of you. Do you remember that song? I wanna thank ya for letting me be myself. Yeah, that's my song. What the hell is wrong with me? No one knows. Oh, good night, Miss Muddy. It's time to give your pillows some head and your sheets some ass. This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. That's the only words I know to this little song. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Michael should know the words to that song. Didn't your great grandma used to sing that all the time? No. What is happening? No one knows. In harmony. Oh, you're here too. Hello. I didn't even see you. Hello. And yeah, that is exactly the band, ain't it? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Oh, the song is I wanna thank you for letting me be myself. Yeah, that was my song to you guys, all of you, because you let me be myself. And I love that and thank you. And welcome, Harmony is your name. In Harmony. Welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Press like and subscribe. You are always welcome here. This is not my original content. My main content is I read the Bible. Mostly the Old Testament. Well, no, I only read the Old Testament. I hate the New Testament, but I read the Old Testament very awesomely at 8 p.m. every night, except for Saturday. And I appreciate you for liking and subscribing. And then at 9 o'clock, no, 9:30, I do a trial stream. And then this what this turned into. So I want to thank you and ask you nicely to like and subscribe and continue to talk and chat because interaction is amazing and there's family here. So it's respectful. Okay. So what else is going on? Oh, Dustin's awake. Hi, baby. Oh, he's going back to his video game. I am the best weirdo. I am the biggest sheep, just like the biggest wolf. And I am terrible at life. But I fit in, man. I fit in with you guys perfectly. And Ricky he was raised by the wild side of the Gibsons. Okay, I want to hear that song. Like, I really. Is it metal? It sounds metal. Okay. Shit, I can't click it from here. Son of a bitch. Son of a bitch. Mm, 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 mm. Hey, I got 260 subscribers. Thank you guys so much. Tomorrow is Saturday, but we're gonna have a celebration stream. I'm gonna ask Dustin if I can buy a hat. Oh no, I'll wear my witch's hat. You know what? I'll wear my witch's outfit, and then we'll have a celebratory live stream, and we'll do a good time, and then people could ask me questions for real, and we could have a good time, and maybe watch a different witness tomorrow. Uncle Jim's kids need not be talked about because they just need not be talked about. 45-7 right now. Okay. I don't know what 45-7 means, but okay. I love God Boys. It's my favorite.
Okay. What's it called? Isaiah 45:7. I don't know where that is. Oh, there it is. Ha ha. Words. Words and things. Words and things are happening. Okay. Well, 44 is long as shit. Oh, so is 45. What are you doing to me? What are you doing to me? What are you doing to me? Okay. We're doing a lot of words. Words and things. Okay. Thus says the Lord to his anointed, to Cyrus, whose right hand I have held, to subdue nations before him, and to loose the armor of kings, to open before him the double doors, so that all the gates will not be shut. I will go before you and make the crooked places straight. I will break in pieces the gates of bronze and cut the bars of iron. I will give you the treasures of darkness and hidden riches of secret places. That's why you got to be good in the world and good at the world. I didn't mean to interrupt that, but that's exactly how you get that. You got to be good in the world and good at the world. Okay, shut up, Nikki. I'm talking. Shut up. Okay. That you may know that I, the Lord, who call you by your name, Nikki K. the Great, am the God of Israel, for Jacob my servant's sake, and Israel my elect. Well, there you go. That's the elect in the New Testament. Look, these motherfuckers. Okay. I have even called you by your name. I have named you, though you have not known me. I am the Lord, and there is no other. There is no God besides me. Roar. Yeah, I will gird you, though you have not known me, that they may know from the rising of the sun to its setting, that there is none besides me. I am the Lord. There is no other. I form the light and create the darkness. I make peace and create calamity. I, the Lord, do all these things. Time out.
Then why do Christians believe that he doesn't? See, that's why I don't like Christians, and that's why I read the Old Testament. I'm telling you, he says it right here. I create bad things. So obviously, God creates bad things. He said it. Okay. I'm over it.
Rain down, you heavens from above, and let the skies pour down righteousness, and let the earth open. Let them bring forth salvation, and let righteousness spring up together. I, the Lord, have created it. Woe to him who strives with his maker. Let the potsherd strive with the potsherds of the earth. The fuck? Okay. Shall the clay say to him that forms it, what are you making? All this because I said I argued with God, right? Yeah, I know exactly why you did this. Uh, but just know God paid me back because I haven't won the lottery in 3 days. I've been trying to play scratch offs, and normally I do a good job, but he's been mad at me. And is that why you're making me read this? Oh, you're so clever. Shall the clay say to him who forms it, what are you making? Or shall your handwork say, he has no hands? Woe to him who says to the father, what are you begetting? Or to the woman, what have you brought forth? Man, this is so long. Do I gotta keep going? Do I gotta keep reading this? It's so long and it's so late. I want to party. God, I'm not really partying. I can't even drink. But there's a lot of reading, especially at nighttime. You know what I mean? I'm not going to bed. I can't go to bed yet. I guess I probably could.
But, oh, things are happening. Okay. So, and no, stop. Go party. No, I'm not gonna party. I can't party. I want to play with it. I want to talk to you guys. It's not exactly super late. And in Harmony, are you still here? Yeah, and this is yes. That's what I said. God. God puts it all together. That from what I've been saying from the beginning, God set Adam and Eve up. He made the first two people and just let them go do whatever. And then he made Adam and Eve. And then he's like, are they going to listen to me or not? And gave them the snake to see if they would do the right thing. I think God set them up. And in harmony, this my main content is reading the Old Testament. And he did give them free will, but not for a few books from now. They don't have free will yet. They can only serve God at this point. But there comes a time in here where God actually gives them a choice. So right at this point where we're at in the Bible, he has not given them a choice. No, no, no. CNA Productions, that's not true. God doesn't pay attention a lot of the time. And a lot of the time, he has to be pulled away from his video game. Look, it's a real fucking problem. And in the Genesis, in the beginning of Genesis, if you remember what happened with Adam and Eve, God had no fucking idea. He asked them what they did. And then Adam blamed God at first and made them look guilty. And then Eve blamed the snake. They never actually said what they did. No, I'm sorry, Adam did. He said, the woman gave me the apple, but you gave me the woman. It's your fault. And then Eve was like, the snake did it. And the snake was like, what do you want me to do? It God wanted to make us because there was a giant dodgeball fight in space, and it seemed like God got his arm blown off because all throughout this book, God only has one arm, and he made Earth his happy place. And right at this point, he's playing Risk by himself. Like from Exodus to like Numbers, he's playing Risk by himself. Or, I'm sorry, Chronicles. At the beginning of Chronicles, he's playing Risk by himself until right around then, when the other gods, they start naming them, like Moloch and Beelzebub. But right at this point, it's God just playing with himself. Oh, God has so many personalities, you have no idea. Yeah, space dodgeball, they was fighting each other. And they hit God with a Kamehameha and blew off his left arm. And that's what I think. There was a giant dodgeball fight in space between the gods. But think about it. That's absolutely kind of true. It seems like it would be true. Because if you look at what like the Scottish and all them believe about their islands, their gods had a giant ass dodgeball fight with rocks and shit. So it's not real too far off to think the gods were playing a game together and somebody got pissed off. And then it turned into a big fight because all the gods are jealous of each other. I don't know. In Das Bible, God literally only has one arm. They only explain him with one arm. He does it with his hand. He does it with his arm. It's not like they multiply him. I don't know. The thing is, literally, there are 10 rules. God has 10 rules. Love him, be kind to other people, don't steal shit, and don't murder. and you'll be fine. Those are God's rules. All this other shit is made up. And as we go through it, I'm going to point it out. I'm going to read every single fucking rule. And I'm going to point out how much it's bullshit. And it's just a bunch of dudes being jealous of a bunch of other dudes. I will read every single one of them, and show you exactly why God would not give a shit about any of it. There's literally 10 rules. And it boils down to like 3 things. It's all in the Old Testament. I point it out every time. They only say God, you did it with your arm, you did it with your hand, you did it with an outstretched arm. It's like God only has one arm. That's crazy. Why would you explain your God only having one arm? It's not that they use multiples or anything, and these people are obsessed with words. So it's very, I just say God's got one arm. All that, like in Exodus and shit. Like literally, we've been reading it. And if you watch my Bible videos, I pointed out, I was like, God's only got one arm. I say it every time. And again, you don't have to believe what I believe. I don't really care. Again, I'm just reading what the words say, because there's a lot of people that have been killing people over the Bible. And I thought the Bible said all of that shit. But once I read it for myself, it's like, no, this is the best fucking book ever. And it doesn't say anything that these people say it says. So I read it so people know that it doesn't say what this backward shit that preachers and shit say it says. And I want people to know for themselves what it really says, so they won't get fooled by the word magic preachers use. Satan is a party pooper. And Satan is a trickster. And again, we'll get to the part where I think Satan actually comes into the picture. Because God asks an angel, who wants to confuse this king? Who wants to tell him bad things? Who's got an idea? And there's an angel that steps forward and says he'll do it, and he gives him a plan. But then it never says that that angel goes back to heaven. The next time we hear about something like, Satan being in heaven is during Job. So I think they're the same angel. Well, I mean, it's okay, and that's... Are all of you also ghetto hillbillies? No, just me. We are descendants of Hilljacks, though, that came from... Actually, our ancestors probably came on the prison boats in the Mayflower, like when they started sending prisoners over here. Yeah, our family came from that, probably. Actually, no. the Gibsons were kind of rich back then, weren't they? And Harmony, are your family rich snobs? Is that a disrespectful question? Because your question was disrespectful. Are your family snobs? Are well, they did send a lot of prisoners over here before they sent aristocrats and shit. They sent prisoners over here to do works and shit. And I think some of me, Nikki K, I think some of my ancestors came on prison boats. Because a lot of my family is just preachers and hookers. Oh, yeah, look, we had a couple, I don't know, great uncles ago, like, I don't know, when my grandma was a baby, her brothers used to go and rob coal trucks to get them coal and their neighbors coal. They would rob coal trucks. I remember hearing about that. Kinda new. Or how about I got a question for you. Oren, um, what is your issue with me? Like, nobody'll ban you or anything like that. I just wanna know, like, are you personally angry with me? Like, are you somebody that I know in real life? Because if I if I offended you in real life, you probably deserved it. Who's full of BS? Look up. This is a drama channel. No, I don't know what the fuck is going on. I was just, I just want to know if we have a personal problem, in Harmony or Oren and I. That is so funny. Look, it has you wondering about it. Look it up. Find out how many times they talk about God with two arms. Look, I triple dog dare you to, in the Old Testament, find where God has two arms. Yeah, the Gibsons are fucked up, man. And the other side of his family is fucked up too. But my family is Gibsons. Well, I wish it, like he's always talking about you don't answer questions or ask questions. I got a question. I got a question. What is your fucking problem with me? I'm trying the best I can to be as entertaining as possible. But CNA, you can always ask me questions as well. It don't much matter. How many people's watching? 5 people are watching. Anybody else can ask me questions also. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Just a troll. Yeah, but see, it might be somebody that I know. uh, cause I don't know. It feels personal. Like whatever. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. What's the issue? Yeah, I feel like it's personal. Something about it seems personal. It's really weird. But it don't much matter. CNA, do you got any questions for me? This foot that's gay. This guy is no good. But whatever, again, he's like the uncle in the corner. Just leave him there, I guess. I don't fucking know. But CNA, do you got any questions for your wonderful sage? I got 260 subscribers. That's so fucking amazing. I have 1,500 videos. Man, I'm fucking amazing. No, don't save it till next time. I'm sitting up with you guys and I want to talk. I want to I want us to get to know each other, right? Like you spend time on my channel. If anybody deserves to be able to ask me a question, it's probably you. It is testing time. Oh, yeah, but he said he's 48, so it's probably wife and kids. I have issues with my wife and kids sometimes. No, but I really fucking did when I had kids. When me and my husband had kids here at the house, we had a lot of issues. Dude, I got 2 therapists. That's how fucking manic I am, dude. uh Man. All right, do you guys want to smoke a joint with me? We're going to smoke a joint. And then the whole world is running. He is running in that. Yes, that's how I feel. Seems like weed is the answer. Well, I'm fucking bored and you're not saying anything. And everybody's talking shit about you, man. Like you got a real problem. You could smoke some weed, it might make you feel better. I don't know, but the things you say to me seem like personal attacks. And I don't want to believe that. Again, I want to believe you're like the angry uncle in the corner or something, but tell me what you're saying is not personal because I'm reading what you're saying like very rude. And like I'm not really that rude for of the others. See, why are you talking about? The 4 others don't want to talk. Or maybe they are talking. Who knows? Yeah, but see, that's the thing is I don't think he's trying to troll. I think he's being legitimate. That's why I want to, like, is it personal? Like, there's no one watching your channel. You're watching it? No, nobody's saying anything. You are watching my channel. That is the only thing that matters. You are watching my channel. And you won't answer my questions. Like, you wanted me to answer your question, but you won't answer mine. Like, are you personally attacking me because A, you don't need to. I hate myself more than you ever could. And I like you. You spelled that wrong. It's FACINATED. Fascinated. And like I said, I don't mind you being in here. I didn't say it. I didn't say it. I'm gonna roll a joint. It is. It's TRU crime. True crime. I see, I'm great too. I said the same fucking thing about myself. I am Nikki K the Great, and I am fucking wonderful. Yeah. Hey, Firefly, did I tell you you are one of the most prettiest ladies I have ever seen in my fucking life? And I thought you were in bed. Where's my weed? Oh, there it is. No, no, no. I'm fucking amazing. But who is Nikki? Me. I'm Nikki K the Great. Maybe I should put my real name on here. Well, I should put Nick. Nikki is my real name. I don't know. I'm really bad at being pretend. And shit, I'm out of papers. Hey, yes, I am your favorite super stone sage, Nikki K the Great. So I do got a question. Look, apparently that balding thing is like a real problem for men. I never knew men had self-esteem issues until I think seen a thing about men who are balding. Not saying you are in harmony, but I heard about that. Like men get really sad about that. I said the grammar Nazi shit is. Hey, yeah, no. You can't. We can't be like them. And if you guys are saying he's a troll, then I will do my best not to interact. But again, I just, in my mind, it doesn't seem like he's being a troll. Trolls are really disrespectful. Like, he's not really disrespectful. I mean, I wish that he would tell me, like, is he into this or not? But he's made so many accounts and he's copyrighted striked me once and he's made a lot of accounts to be in this chat. So obviously he wants to be here. So the question is, what is he really trying to say? And is he really being personal? I mean, you're saying 10-4 to me like, is that what you think it is? Okay. Well, if he's pushing boundaries, then yes, I would say ban him, right? That's fine, but just know he's gonna come back with another account. And I'm telling you what, I don't know if Steven Crowder has had fans that make multiple accounts to like troll his channel. Oh, yeah, that's true. But well, you know, like channel stalking. Oh, okay. Well, then, yeah, go ahead and ban him, but he's just gonna come back with a new account. He started as Ornican in Connecticut. And then he went to, oh, there was a couple of them. It's okay, Miss Muddy. I thought you were already in bed. Yeah. You were calling him. You were calling him passive aggressive yesterday when he was under the different name. Don't ban block. Okay. All of his accounts are blocked. And then, well, this is a place for weirdos. Yeah, he made a bunch of accounts to come specifically to this chat. So you guys, I don't know what to do. You know what? I'm gonna leave it up to you guys to figure out what to do. And I'll do my best to not pay attention to chat, although I need to. And maybe with this troll the way he is, it'll give me the opportunity to stop videos and talk so I don't get copyright banned all the time. So we could use it to our advantage so we'll always have this place. Tell me what you think about that idea. Those are the exact names. Port Stew. That was the one. All right. Does anybody want to smoke this joint with me now? I've asked like 5 times throughout the night. Does anybody want to smoke it with me? Okay. That was great. Oh, hi, Oren. Love you. Even though, everybody's a little upset at you. Well, everybody's a lot of upset with you. Okay. That's a good idea. Because then, with the troll, it will help me stop the videos and interact with chat better, and then I won't get copyright banned. That's a fucking great idea. Hell yeah. We have a good time. Look, do you guys want to watch another TV show? I got one. It's about a kid that killed a kid. I don't know, it was wild. I watched it earlier. There's a lot of Lori Vallow. Yeah. Hold on. Oh, here we go. Do you guys know about British true crime? Oh, this is the one right here. Yep. Shut up. Oh. All right. I found it. Here we go. Share screen. Here we go. Okay. Now this one is called When a Teen Killer Realizes She's Been Caught. Okay. How do we share the screen? We're shared the screen. Okay.
Grandma. Oh my God.
He really does have a hard on for me, doesn't he? But you know what? I'm a sexy motherfucker. I have a hard on for me too.
So what's grandma think? I'm not gonna ask any questions right now until we get.
What would make a grandmother emotionally break down like that? For Karen Brooke, it was the murder her 15-year-old granddaughter, Alyssa Bustamante, just confessed to. If you had to describe Alyssa Bustamante's childhood with a single word, it would undoubtedly be tragic. According to case documents, Alyssa confided in a mental health professional that she had been subjected to severe mistreatment at a young age. The resulting trauma led to Alyssa being diagnosed with post-traumatic stress disorder, and the doctor stated she developed an abhorrence for violence. She'd been the result of a teenage pregnancy, as her mother Michelle was only 15 years old when she was born. Though her grandparents were excited to have grandchildren, Alyssa's parents, Michelle and Caesar, weren't prepared for parenthood. It wasn't long before Alyssa was joined by 3 younger siblings, twin brothers, and a sister named Emma. The children grew up in a turbulent household. Caesar Bustamante was eventually charged with 3 counts of assault and was sentenced to serve 3 concurrent prison terms. There was no stability for Alyssa, her brothers, and sister, and they were often evicted, forcing them to constantly pack up and move. Michelle's parents, Karen and Gary Brooke, stepped in to help take care of the children. However, they soon found that many of their efforts, such as sending food to the family and visiting, were all in vain. Eventually, they realized that there was only one thing they could do that would truly make a difference in the children's lives. The grandparents decided to campaign for full custody of Alyssa and her siblings. When they gained full custody of the children, Alyssa was about 8 years old. Living with her grandparents offered her stability for the first time in her life, but Alyssa had already been exposed to far too much. Seeking a new start, Alyssa's grandparents moved the family to the small town of St. Martins, Missouri, where they bought a nice home on a large piece of land. Right away, the twin boys and Emma flourished in their new location, but Alyssa seemed to have difficulty adjusting. It was in this small town of just over 1,000 people, where everyone knows everyone, that Alyssa's gruesome crime would devastate all who lived there. It was Wednesday, October 21st, 2009, when Alyssa's younger sister, Emma Bustamante, now 6 years old, knocked on the Oltons' front door. She wanted 9-year-old Elizabeth Olton to come out and play. The Bustamantes and Oltons only lived 4 houses down from each other, and the 2 young girls would often play at each other's houses. But on this particular day, Elizabeth would never make it home. Elizabeth Olton was a typical girly girl. Before Emma showed up at Elizabeth's house, she'd been excitedly practicing her lines at the dining room table for an upcoming musical, Noteworthy. Elizabeth's mother, Patty, said she couldn't go play at first. Dinner would be ready soon, but the girls begged her enough for her to finally give in. Patty gave her daughter clear instructions to be home by 6 p.m., when the sun would nearly be set in late October, and Patty trusted that Elizabeth would come home since the 4th grader was terrified of the dark. Emma and Elizabeth played board games and hopscotch in the Bustamante driveway. Eventually, Elizabeth told Emma that she needed to go home. Emma stood on the big rock by her driveway and watched.
I know. CNA Productions. I know, and a lot of Christians have trouble with that, but we just read it. We just read that it says God created that. And I know it's a hard thing to deal with because a lot of the time, the first question people ask is, why, God, why? But whether we like it or not, there's always an opportunity on the other side if you take it. It's exactly what I said, like what happened to me. God whooped my fucking ass. Like, I literally had to get curb stomped and put in a coma before my ass calmed down. God does do things like that. We just read it. I can't. I don't know. I wish it didn't happen, but you can't have good without the bad. I didn't say he created that. But what I'm saying is God created people with minds, and the mind is molded by your surroundings. So how you end up depends on the choices you make. As much as I don't like Mormons, I think they have that part right. And there are people do that to themselves by the choices they make and the way that they were raised. It has nothing to do with nature. It is actually how they're raised and the choices that they make that makes people like this. God just put evil in the world. You choose to follow evil or you choose to follow good. No, God just created negative choices. I don't think he specifically was like, we're just going to have child graping. I don't think that it was something like that. Like I said, God put evil down here. So it started with the snake. And then he asked an angel if he wanted to come down here and confuzzle some shit. And that's what he did. And that's why you have the choice to do good or the choice to do evil. Actually, as a matter of fact, it was you have the choice to follow God or follow Beelzebub. That's what he said. You can follow me or you can follow this other God. And the other God is the bad God or whatever. You know what I mean?
Her friend began her walk home. However, she didn't stay to see it.
And CNA Productions, do not be mad at me. Do not be mad at me. My interpretation. Well, we just read it. And again, we haven't got there yet. But look up the King Jehoshaphat and Ahab. God talks to an angel and a bunch of them. And then he says, who wants to come down here and confuzzle Ahab? And the one angel was like, I'll do it. And here's my plan. And God said, have at it. And then God, during the story of David, put his own evil spirit on Saul to make Saul kill David, even though David was way better than Saul. So,
if Elizabeth made it all the way home safely. Emma was later asked by investigators if Elizabeth might have walked through the woods to get home, but she was adamant that they never went in the woods. Emma continued playing outside.
And I call mine for good reason.
Though she didn't know for how long. At some point, she lost a hair tie in the thorns by her driveway, and when she tried to retrieve it, she scratched her hand and her foot got stuck. Emma said she yelled until Alyssa came to help her, claiming Alyssa had been in the house and heard her through an open window. As Alyssa helped her out of the thorns, Emma noticed a spot of blood on the thigh of Alyssa's pants. She asked her sister about it, who explained it away by saying she had her period. Alyssa made her little sister promise not to tell anyone about the blood. When 6 p.m. passed, Elizabeth hadn't returned home. Worried, Patty called Elizabeth's cell phone over and over, but there was no answer. Patty then called Emma's grandmother Karen to ask if Elizabeth was still at their house. Karen told her that Elizabeth had never even been to the home and wasn't even aware that the girls had been playing. She hung up and immediately called the police. Authorities began their investigation by interviewing the last known person Elizabeth was with, Emma Bustamante. Emma described playing with Elizabeth from approximately 5 to 6 p.m. before Elizabeth left for home. Grandma Karen sat in the room during this questioning, Emma continually glancing at her as she answered the investigators' questions. There was one detail Emma gave that struck investigators as odd: the bloodstain she spotted on Alyssa's pants. Karen seemed removed from the interview, but toward the end she stated, "We just want the truth to come out, whatever it is." By 10 p.m., word of the missing 9-year-old spread through this small town, and hundreds of residents came out in support of the Olton family to search for little Elizabeth. When they had searched the whole neighborhood, as well as the woods, and turned up nothing, law enforcement decided to ping Elizabeth's cell phone and found that it led back to the 60 acres of woods behind her home. Volunteers then made a strange discovery: a hole in the woods in the shape of a grave. As the forensics team began to process the scene, the FBI began interviewing Alyssa. For reasons that are still unknown, they brought her to the hole where Alyssa admitted something odd. She dug the hole. When questioned why exactly she dug it, she said she just likes digging holes and would bury dead animals when she found them. Strangely, the hole ended up being empty, but investigators knew something was very off with Alyssa. They then conducted a search of her room.
Yeah, we're good, Ricky. Go ahead.
And discovered a shocking key piece of evidence, one that they would wait to confront Alyssa with until her videotaped interrogation. This led to the most dramatic meltdown in any interrogation we've analyzed yet.
Oh, David, I don't get a signature.
Huh?
I don't get food rocks.
Yeah, Ross. So if you don't mind, if I can sit here so I can write, because I'm going to be taking a lot of notes. So.
Okay.
It's important to note that when a person is brought in for interrogation, law enforcement have likely developed a reasonable suspicion that the person is involved in the crime. Karen accompanied Alyssa in the interrogation room. Going in, she fully believed Alyssa was innocent. She was in for the shock of her life as the
That's one of the funniest stories. Man, Alicia is out of control. Look, he was so mad about that shit.
truth began to unfold right before her eyes.
Walk me through exactly what happened.
We didn't go to seminary that day, right? Okay, so I woke up and I got ready and I went out to go get the bus, but I missed the bus because it doesn't usually pick me up.
A prophet unsubscribed those kids from God's YouTube. A prophet did that. Who else would he pray to?
Okay.
So I went back to the house and my grandpa gave me a ride to school. So I went to school.
Okay.
And I was there all day. And then I came home on the bus and I got home around 3. No, 4. 3:30. 3:30, 4. I get home around then. And I just hung out in my room for a little while. And then I went for a walk around 4:35, something like that.
She is feigning ignorance, commonly referred to as playing dumb.
I was just walking around in the forest for a while. And I was supposed to take my little sister with me, but I ditched her because she's annoying.
Okay. And also, with that story, remember, Elijah was just killed by God and taken into heaven. Right? And he was walking through this town, sad as shit, because Elijah just died, and everybody kept telling him about that. And then those kids was fucking with him. So, in his anger, he talked some shit and they died.
Okay.
And I was just walking around in the forest. And then for about an hour, I came back around 5:36-ish. And I went up in my room, and I heard like yelling. So I went outside, and she was down in the ditch area. She was stuck in thorn bushes. So I went down there, and I helped her out. And she asked me why I was bleeding, because, I found out on my period. And I'm like, yeah, don't tell anyone that. And so we went out there, and my brother and Anthony were asking about her because she was supposed to be at home or something.
Okay.
And I didn't really think much of it, so we just went back to the house.
Alyssa nonchalantly shrugs her right shoulder. Shrugging only one shoulder is considered a modified.
Are you trolling me now? I don't know what kids are dead. But I know there was 4 dead in Ohio. Crosby, Stills, and Nash told me that just now. Earlier, actually. I was listening to that song. I can't get it out of my head. And what kids? And we're supposed to be watching this kid because this shit's crazy. Watch with this lady over here in white. She's an advocate for the brunette right there because the brunette's like 15. But watch what this lady in white does. And she's a child advocate. She is not a cop. Okay? Oh, okay, good. Because, again, like I said, I'm a heathen. I would be considered a heathen because I don't teach the Bible in a fake way, and I try to tell it as good as I can, because of people like Lori Vallow, Ruby Frankie, and Jody Hildebrandt, and the preachers that caused Andrea Yates to kill her children. I was so offended by that, like seriously offended by that. And that brought me on my journey to the Old Testament.
Shrug, or a variant of a natural shoulder shrug. Abnormal movements like this often suggest uncertainty in what the person is conveying. She leans to her left, an additional nonverbal display of discomfort. The interrogator is in the position of power, blocking the only exit. Although she initially appeared comfortable, Bustamante is now attempting to regain her power in a position of powerlessness.
And then started to get ready to go to church because we have Wednesday night activities.
Okay.
And came, and he was patting on the door, and he was like, "Do you know where Elizabeth is?" Because he couldn't find her.
She begins to nod her head as she speaks. This does not align with her baseline
Miss
pattern of
Muddy.
nonverbal.
Good night. Oh my God, it's 1:30 in the morning here. We're having such a good time. Bye, Miss Muddy. Good night. Sweet dreams. CNA, are you staying up with me?
Behavior.
Well, okay. Drunken Wizard, are you staying up with me?
Something is off. Although we can only speculate,
No.
this may serve as a self-pacifying behavior. Bustamante is assuring herself that what she says is believable. Alternatively, Bustamante's head movements could be a conscious or subconscious manipulative nonverbal meant to spur agreement and empathy in the interrogator.
And that's when things started to get, people were like, "Oh, what's going on? Like, where is she?"
Continue to observe all the nonverbal indicators of discomfort that we mentioned previously, but take note of contrasts.
But we ended up going to church, and a lot of stuff happened while we were there because it's from 7 to 8:15-ish. And when we came back, there was 3 sheriff cars in our property, and there was people out searching everywhere. And that's pretty much it. I went to sleep after that.
Okay.
Bustamante says, here. She does not use this consistently throughout the interrogation. It is not one of her baseline tendencies. Because she does not regularly say, This moment is worth noting. It's also interesting to note that Alyssa uses what is known as an exclusion qualifier when she states, "That's pretty much it." According to the retired CIA interrogator Philip Houston, an exclusion qualifier is defined as being a tactic that enables people who want to withhold certain information to answer your question truthfully without releasing that information. Examples of exclusion qualifiers include statements such as "not really," "fundamentally," "for the most part," "probably," and so on.
That's pretty much it. I want to sleep after that.
By stating "that's pretty much it," she's technically being truthful, but only by leaving out key details and withholding information, specifically the murder of Elizabeth Olten. When the CIA is interrogating an individual, they conduct both body language and statement analysis. They look for clusters of 3 or more indicators that occur in either quick succession or all at once. This exact moment is the perfect example of what a CIA officer looks for during an interrogation to determine if someone is being deceitful.
That's pretty much it. I want to sleep
I
after
lost
that.
the subscriber.
When Alyssa states "that's pretty much it," there are 4 indicators that occur within just a few seconds.
I think I know
The
who it is.
aforementioned a half shrug of the shoulder, shaking of the head, and then nodding the head. Note how she shakes her head no as she states, "That's pretty much it."
That's pretty much it.
This is known as incongruent body language, though of course you always want to look for clusters. This particular moment is significant as it's paired with other indicators, including statement analysis. Alyssa employs the exclusion qualifier multiple times throughout the interrogation. See if you can spot the other moments where she employs this tactic and post the timestamps in the comments.
Okay.
Alyssa gives Officer David Rice the outline of her movements on Wednesday the 21st, but 2 things become clear during this retelling of events. Alyssa had come into contact with Elizabeth Olten on the day she went missing, and Alyssa unwittingly places herself in the woods where Elizabeth's cell phone last pinged and where eventually they'll find Elizabeth. This confirms opportunity and the place for the crime to take place, but Alyssa's
If you're not subscribed, please subscribe. If you haven't liked, please like. We are watching this girl be interrogated because she might have possibly unsubscribed this other chick. Actually, she was a little girl. It's a real problem right here, so we're watching it.
demeanor comes across as calm and confident.
Now, you have a boyfriend.
I do.
Okay, what's his name?
His name's
Dustin. Okay. Do you know, has anybody talked to him about any of this? Or
I'm pretty sure he's been interviewed.
okay.
Alyssa's boyfriend had been interviewed by law enforcement, and when the interview opens, we see him biting his nails and looking nervous. According to the case files, there had been an eyewitness who claimed to see a teen allegedly resembling him near the location of Elizabeth's disappearance. This interview took place after Alyssa's own interrogation, though he was also interviewed previously as well. And as the interview begins, he had just taken a polygraph test and was about to be confronted with the results.
You're not being truthful with me about everything that's going on here. You know, and we need to get the truth. That's what we're here for. You know, we know a lot more stuff than we're leading on to believe. We've talked to several people.
The interrogator sits closely to Bustamante's boyfriend, Dustin, and speaks with authority. He states that they know Dustin has more information. This is a direct confrontation approach to interrogation.
We've talked to several of your friends. We've talked to several of his friends. And they've told us some stuff. They've told us some phone conversations they've had and everything. So what do you know? I don't know anything. What do you know? Nothing. All that I know is what the FBI told me. Why is the polygraph telling me different? Why is your body telling me different? Why is your heart telling me different? I'm nervous. Nervous has nothing to do with it. We've talked about that.
The interrogator is looking for a reason why Dustin is nervous. The polygraph test is all about psychophysiological detection of deception, PDD, or the use of physiological measures to detect lying. It measures certain autonomic physiological markers, such as heart rate, perspiration, and blood pressure. Examiners measure these markers at suspects' baselines before they're interrogated. Then they measure how these markers change from question to question. These markers are associated with anxiety, which is often present when one lies. The interrogator knows that Dustin is nervous. However, the polygraph cannot show exactly why he is nervous, when he is nervous. An adrenaline spike to a question could indicate lying or some other form of emotional arousal, not directly related to the topic of the question. The interviewer isn't outright saying if he failed.
Drunken Wizard, are you still here?
The lie detector test. Later case documents revealed the polygraph's results. Alyssa's boyfriend was asked 3 questions during this polygraph, all concerning Elizabeth. Did you physically cause her death? Did you physically take her life? Did you do anything physical that ended her life? He answered no to all 3. Yet, according to the case files, it was determined that he was being deceptive in some way with his answers to all 3 questions.
Nervousness has nothing to do with it. Nothing at all. Your heart rebels against a lie when you normally tell a lie. And there's nothing you can do to control it. You can try to control your breathing all you want. You can think of other things all you want. But your heart, that right there, is going to tell the truth.
The heart is the first autonomic physiological baseline measurement collected. Some studies suggest that both heart rate and respiration rate show no significant increase or decrease, depending on whether the subject told the truth. But research has produced mixed results. Regardless of these inconsistencies, what is most telling is how suspects respond when under the impression that they were caught in a lie. Let us see how Dustin reacts when the interrogator.
Drunken Wizard, are you still here? Cousin, are you still here? Are people still here?
Implements this technique, a technique we will explain in just a moment.
What if I told you that we did a neighborhood canvas out there and talked to all the neighbors who live out there, even the neighbors who live in the subdivision behind where I live, and then there lives in the subdivision behind where I also lives. Talked to all those neighbors. We did a spot check out there with cars, and all the cars that came off and came through there, we stopped and talked to them. What if I told you somebody saw a kid about your size in a black hoodie with a black t-shirt and blue jeans on, standing there on the side of the road next to the guardrail?
From that point on, we see the interview begin to use what is called the Reid technique. The Reid technique is an interrogation type used in the accusatory process. An interviewer tells the suspect that the results of the investigation clearly indicate they committed the crime in question. It's a 3-phase process, beginning with fact analysis, then a behavioral analysis interview. This phase is designed to be non-accusatory to develop investigative and behavioral information. The 3rd phase follows, when appropriate, the 9 steps of interrogation.
And we did a photo lineup.
What you can do for a
We did.
During the initial neighborhood police canvass, the eyewitness said that they had seen a strange boy in a dark t-shirt and baggy pants standing alone at a guardrail near where Elizabeth went missing. The eyewitness had been shown a copy of Alyssa's boyfriend's driver's license photo, and they claimed that the picture resembled the person they had seen. We know that eyewitness testimony is notoriously inaccurate, though admissible in court. Witnesses rely on autobiographical memory, specifically episodic memory, which is a type of recall involving events with contextual details, such as where and when something occurred. This type of memory is sensitive to memory bias. A witness might recall a suspect wearing a blue shirt a day after the occurrence, but state that the shirt was red a week later.
So why is that?
I wasn't there.
Alyssa's boyfriend comes across pretty confident, borderline defiant, when he looks the interviewer directly in the eyes. It's interesting to see him be combative with the interviewer at the mention of law enforcement having already done a photo lineup. Contrary to popular belief, anger is the more common reaction in individuals accused of something that is not true. If law enforcement had completed a photo lineup.
Okay, everyone, if you're still here, I'm going to go ahead and end right here. Yeah, I'm going to end right here. I want to tell everybody thank you for watching. I lost a subscriber. So if you're not subscribed, please subscribe. If you haven't liked, please like. I want to thank you for watching. Now it's time to give the pillow some head and the sheets some ass. And have the greatest night ever. Love you. Bye.